Hey guys, welcome over. My name is Lacey Jane. This is Criminally Confident, and it is Wednesday, January 14th. And I apologize for having to scoot out of here really quick last night. I have a little sick dog that I had to take to the vet. So she's doing okay right now. Excuse me, one moment. Course, right when I start, my nose starts running. She's doing better. She's doing better, but I really needed to get her to a vet. So I appreciate your cooperation while uh, understanding that I didn't want to, not show up or do the rest of the show yesterday, but had to take her to the vet. So, if you are watching, please make sure to hit the thumbs up button. That makes sure to give me a like. And while you're doing that, if you could also check to make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that helps the algorithm tremendously. So that basically means you're helping to ensure that this show gets in front of as many eyes as possible. And I know that there's a lot going on in the world today. So we are just going to do the best we can with what we have. All right. So, first step is being here. You're here. I want to show you guys my shirt. I found it today. My friend gave it to me, my friend Emily. I figured it's appropriate for the show. More issues than Vogue. I obviously I'm selective with where I wear this t-shirt. I don't need to wear it out in public and have people be like, "Oh god, that's a crazy woman." Um but I thought it was funny and I thought I'd share it with you guys. Okay, so let me know where you guys are watching from as well. I am here in Columbus, Ohio. A lot of things have been going on recently with the Tepe case, the case regarding the Columbus dentist Spencer Tepe and his wife Monique, who were brutally unalived. I have to use YouTube's wording, not my own, in their home on December 30th. And there was a press conference about that today. Um, Literally nothing of monumental value was shared except just to validate what our concerns were initially, which is that the ex-husband was stalking Monique. And a lot of people did not find it to be surprising when the police began looking into him. So, I'm sure we're going to hear more. I don't have permission to share the information that I have right this moment from the family members who I have made acquaintances with. It's such a small world. On Monday night, they showed up and got to talking, and they had just that few days before that, I actually think it was the day before, they had been to the funeral. So it's just really sad. They were a very, very beloved family and couple and um, provider. So I I normally would not trust the mayor of Columbus to watch my dog, but I have no open problems with how he has handled the case, except for the fact that the cops went to the wrong house at first. But hey, um, just gonna talk about that one later. All right, guys, let's get into the body cam footage. Um, well, I guess I didn't look and see if you guys have voted. Have you voted in the poll? In the poll? Oh, Sorry about that. Hold on. I'm looking to see if you guys have voted. Lacey, come on. The biggest thing that I want to stress today, the most important thing that you can do as someone who enjoys this content, wants to support the channel, and continue watching on a regular or semi-regular basis, please hit the notifications bell. Before we get into this, please make sure to hit the notifications bell. The next week is going to be a little bit wonky, but we're going to get through it. And so it's important that you put that notifications bell on if you want to catch the live streams, because I'm not sure if my timing will be accurate in terms of me coming at the same time that I usually do. All right. I wanted to make that very clear. And all right, let's start with the body cam.
Ruben. She said she shot Johnny. Go. Hey, cross. Cross on this side. Who's in this team? I'm trying to hear something there. I know. Is you good? Did you get hit? Yeah, you're good. You look so official. So our chief of the school PD is on this side. He's right here where his chair is at with his door. No. We're waiting. We got a negotiator and we're waiting for more shields. The door's completely closed. When we approached, he started shooting at me and Javi. That's how we got this. And we got grazing my head. We can't shoot back because we're all there's kids in there. The kids don't want to come out? Who's the one chief? Chief Aladundo. He's Corn. Communication, I don't know. Fuck, I left my med pack in my fucking unit. Sure, that fire. It's called fire situation. Come this way. There's no kids over here, okay? So I'm getting kids out. Yeah, just stay on that side. This one? Is everybody check this one? Check. Police department. Fuck, man, it's fucked. Come on. Officer Wally. Out of the way. Careful, knock on the door. Where is he? Come on, open the door. Wally, open. Come on, guys. It's Lieutenant Javier Martinez, probably PD. Master key. No. Get you guys out of here. Come on, get out. Ready. Go, Wally, go. Check. Go.
Hey, Texas, thanks for joining us today. Make sure to like button and subscribe.
Oh, yeah, I got everybody in. He's in a room on that side. So it ends up going that way. Either come this way or you'll need to go back up. Y'all want to come across? You can.
Is it true that the window for that room is open from the outside?
Supposedly he shot the windows out, but I'm not 100%. There's a lot of info fucking flying around right now.
Is that some good intel?
Yeah, we need to go over there and see if there's shots. Move up. Move up. Me and Javi moved up. We try to go in there. It's dark. The guy busted the window shot towards us. So we were blinded. We can't see anything. Okay. It's a small little room just like this. When we shot up, we shot towards me and Javi. And that's what we can go back over because we were blind. I think the best way to do the windows. There's windows in back. That's probably gonna be our best bet. No.
Do you
No
have
windows, no
C-
windows.
Do you have CS? CS? You got some help?
With the sheriff's office. Sheriff's office. What?
Shout out to Lindsay Talk. I don't want to forget. It's like fleeting a little bit right here in Central Ohio.
There's a backpack outside Donald's. You need to go through it just to get identity on him. It's just thrown over here. Did anybody pick that up? What's going on? What's going on? Hold it, hold it. We got family burning up. More kids coming out. Can I just want to switch? You good? Okay, we got here, Lewis. Hey, do we have any more shields? Hey, do you have any more shields? Where's Ocean? Ocean says she has shields. These two doors right here for two. She said she was caught up on traffic.
I miss Cleveland.
There's two shields here.
No, we got one in there.
Right here.
Okay.
Okay.
Shield to shield. Got one more shield. I don't think it's ballistic though, but I got one more. You guys want another one? There's one more outside.
That's those keys.
No, it's just here. Here. What else? You good? I think that sounds like Via. Hey, Via's talking to him. No, Via's talking to him. I can hear him. He's down the hallway with Pete and them.
All right, we are watching the body cam video of the very first few minutes of the Uvalde situation. That was pretty quick for them to get a bird in there. You know, I really thought that they were in there a lot.
Come on, just follow. Come this way, okay? Come on. Go. Watch it.
And I'm not saying it was appropriate. I'm just saying 2 hours.
Lift up your legs for me.
Lift up your legs.
Yeah, the adrenaline. I can't even imagine.
I got another kid. Watch yourself. Make sure someone's watching that fucking door. You're okay, buddy. You're okay. We're gonna get you over this, all right? Give me another. Wrap your arms around my neck. Wrap your arms around my neck. Hey, you're being a trooper, brother. You got this. Come on. Let's get you out of here. Let's get you out of here. But I got you. Wrap your arms around my neck. There you go, buddy. Try and lift up his leg. Fred, can you reach out the leg? Next kid. Hey, is there more? Come on, come on. Where's the teacher? Teacher? I don't know. Teacher. Huh? Right up, everybody. I don't know. Hey, kids. We got the teacher.
I wish we knew what the wasn't already.
Okay, we got the kids out of these rooms on this side. Kids are out. What's up, brother?
Do we have our shields? Do we have our
Yes,
shields?
get
Also, we need to verify.
Get off.
What about the class before? There's a class before. There's a class before. I think we need to get them out. Is this a classroom right here?
That's like an angry cat. There's rage behind that.
Are we just waiting for Vortex or what's going on? Somebody in there come in.
I got Vortex on the way. I need an OIC out here. I need someone to make calls.
Did ICE show up for this? I want to
Hey,
say
Vortex,
that
come
they
in 30
did.
minutes.
I think they were the closest law enforcement.
And then the Rangers supposed to call one out too, but I'm not too sure how long. We need to go to shield. They want one on that side. They need this way. That sounds like they're talking to him.
Okay.
Can somebody run that beam on that red car to see if we can get in on that
I
vehicle?
feel like I need to let you guys know something. And it's probably going to make YouTube mad.
Hey, wagon. Shots fired. What's your game plan?
Hey, what was that?
Salvador Ramos.
Room 12? Where's room 12? Full of victims. Child call 911. What? The room is full of victims. Child 911. Child 911 call.
Okay. You wanna start getting kids out? I can start jumping.
Hold on. Let me get. We're in here. Fuck, man. Hey, who's in charge of task? It's gonna take time. Y'all need bangs.
You got gas?
They're bringing gas and bangs.
We got victims in there.
There's victims in the room with us? Child on the phone, multiple victims.
A child just called that they have victims in there. Call 911. What's that, gas?
Yeah, gas.
You don't have gas mask?
No. They should. 702, do y'all have y'all masks?
Hey, if you look, I can go get the mask.
All right, OC's going in the corner.
30 magazines fully loaded. 30 magazines fully loaded. Yes.
All right, everything near CS. These are bangs inside the wood.
Typical.
These are not fucking bangs. These are fucking no bangs. This is not a fucking bang. This is an 18-year-old. Probably small.
All right, I'm gonna tell you guys what I told.
Listen, man. Yeah, my anxiety's up. I'm good. I'm good. Breathe.
All right. So
Those are stinger grenades. Who has a key to lock with the flashlight?
I'm just gonna go ahead and stop it and tell you guys. So I went ahead and I watched day 3, day 4, day 5, and it was a lot of rangers coming and talking about what their jobs were that day, as well as the medical examiner. And I don't think anyone has come out and pointedly said what I'm about to say. Do you guys hear that? There's a bunch of noises going on, and I don't know what's the cat and what's not the cat. So with that being said, the medical examiner, those kids, it was instantaneous. A lot of it was close. And the majority of the autopsies, I have to watch what I say, which is why I'm kind of sputtering over my words. You need to go lay down. You have just been a menace today. She called the alarm company on me. She pressed like the panic button. So the kids were the majority of autopsies done. It was determined that the cause of passing away, I don't know if I'll get dinged for that one, was due to brain and heart shots. And the people were warned before this witness went on the stand. They were warned, the people in the courtroom, they were warned that they were about to see exceptionally gruesome photos. The defense fought against having those photos shown, which I'm just trying to fill you guys in on this because I really don't want to put you through having to hear what that guy said on the stand. God, Coco. All right. I'm gonna let this video go a little bit longer, and then we're gonna move to the witness testimony from one of the people that was teacher there that day.
We need to confirm that.
You on the SWAT team? You on the SWAT team? No. Callahan, look for Callahan. Callahan, land report.
What's that by? Hey, what's that? I'm saying we have, if there's kids and they're saying is it killing people or is it they should bring me shot. Did you bring me shot? The subject, no one knows what kids or anything else like that?
I know there's a kids and teachers in there.
But they're just students.
Yo, to me, it's up real to get off the radio respectfully. I'm good, I'm good. Come on, good. A few minutes to recover, bro. I know. Hey, 22! Reese! Daniel! Hey, 80. 80's down there. You'll see it. Get my med kit. Get my med kit. I gotta stand by right now because they're about to flush the kids out. Fuck. I need to grab my med kit for my thing. They say there's multiple victims in the room.
There's an empty right here with a med kit.
Okay.
Hey, you know where room 12 is?
Room 12. We're in the this is the 100 building.
EMT, hey.
But supposedly the victims are here. I'm not 100%. There's a bunch of information flying around.
In here?
Yes.
Over there?
He's on the other side, 100 building. Somewhere over here, right here. I'm gonna grab my med kit for mine. You want my vest or you want yours? Building 100. Building 100.
Do you guys think it's important for police officers to maintain a certain degree of physical capabilities? Like, do you think that should be enforced more strictly within police departments throughout America? I would love to know, like, what your thoughts are, if they should be able to run an X minute mile. Like, do people judge on BMI? BMIs seem like the most flawed system ever, but I want to hear from you guys.
Beautiful, beautiful. Enjoy, sir. What's your training? I'm out here by the flagpole on Oak Ridge Road.
Yeah, we're gonna get him.
Get him, dog.
Sorry.
Yeah. Pops. Hey, I'm here. I'm good. I love you. All right, I'll call you back. Bye. Yeah. Yeah, good. Just in case.
Hey, hold the channel. Hold up, hold up. It's not fired. Left side, left side.
This guy to get on some Iowa sack.
Hey,
To get
let them know what's going on.
consulted.
Beckle, tell them what's going on out there in here. Make an entry.
We do have a caller, student on the line.
Help, make it on.
What's wrong?
It doesn't matter, just get it on. I'm good. Yeah. I know, it's not safety, I'm good.
I'm gonna try to put gas through the outside of the window.
Who needs the key?
Right here. You bring it.
Chuck, can you grab this stuff up? There's a chest up. Okay. You're gonna need all this in the pocket. Ditch. Okay. Wait, give me the scissors.
Breaking through the gauze and stuff. I had gauze ready to go. They've been bleeding for a while. At least gauze and stuff.
Yeah, I got gauze, chest shields.
Hey, casualties, we're gonna put them right here. We're not taking them out yet. Casualties, stay right here. Yeah, if you have anything, start ripping it out, bro. Just breathe, relax. Right on the corner, right. They go from end to end. Double.
This is what they're calling about?
That's what they're calling him.
Oh, give me the holding keys I found.
Hot mic.
They're on the right. To the right. They're setting up. They're setting up. Is anybody ready to talk?
No.
Is anybody coming that back window?
Yeah. No, we don't have gas masks. Some do. Some do, some don't. There's a door in the middle. But if they're going to be the connect, it's going to be these two right here. He can't come to his janitor room at all. So it's going to be in there. Those will connect. So he could be in any other classroom.
He could be in the other one?
Right here, I believe these two connect. Usually.
So there's a giant room he can be in.
There's no other exits but here. This hallway. Yep. And then we got the windows covered.
The windows covered?
Yeah.
So you need to put gas into them.
This is for that secondary.
We pushed up. We're holding right there, but I don't know.
You don't know. He's saying it's 2 doors. So it connects 2 rooms. It connects 2 rooms, so it's saying.
Shout out to one of my members, White Buffalo. I hope you're having a great day. Thanks for spending some of it with us.
Yeah, got tourniquets.
The elementary school didn't have air conditioning. That was horrible.
Yeah, you guys decide. Hey, you guys decide. One guy on the radio. Who's gonna be on the radio? Everybody 23 the net. So only one guy on the radio. Decide who's gonna be. Call the shots.
We just need to make sure identify.
Yeah. You might need to school. The hell's going on? But I might kind of basic.
It's Merrill.
BP.
Merrill, what are we doing over here? Oh, I thought we had. Where's Merrill?
No, you don't have to be perfect. As long as
3 rounds the last time. Right?
yeah. Unless you fire 2 times.
That's beautiful.
No, that's Shannon. That's a bullet hole right there, though.
You would think the friggin' president's coming to town. He's gonna walk down that hallway. Hey, The Rock, this is from the Uvalde school massacre. The body cam footage from that day. Thanks for spending some of your day with us. Absolutely. Make sure to hit that like button if you could. Greatly help.
There's a kid falling from the rooms and there's victims in there.
I got guys in the police that are crowbar. They say they're about to reach the window. So what? I don't know.
Hey, is it Ruben's wife?
Wait.
If there's a window can be our best bet.
So crazy, maybe.
My hand's too sweaty.
This guy needs a Xanax. Speaking of Xanax, oh my God, guess what I found today? I found a post from Casey Anthony addressed to Vice President J.D. Vance regarding her outrage about ICE.
Hey, there's 2 of them. You have a hot mic right here.
Oh my God, my dog now.
I'm off.
Hey, Helen, welcome.
That's one way to do it.
But in this letter, Casey Anthony is essentially, he said, for those of us in the legal world, thing with someone other than your parents.
Watch that door. Watch that door. Somebody can break. Light up. Light up. Keep your guys light up. There. Somebody work.
I know, BP. She's the last person who needs.
Fuck. Am I bleeding? Am I bleeding? Am I bleeding? My wife's bathroom. He's already in the classroom. I got me, right?
He's one to be.
Yeah. He's in the class.
I'm fucking saw that.
Dude, I got shots fired. We're gonna be in the building, the west side. Dude, we gotta get in there. We gotta get in there. He's shooting. We gotta get in there. It's gonna be the building by the Bompedes, President Joe Jean, that building. Across from the funeral home. Shots still going, shots fired. I think got me, right?
Okay. You got you?
I don't know. What the fuck?
Hey, you know what? Take him out.
Did I see that?
No. I don't know. I guess you got it.
You know, White Buffalo, after the testimony that I've heard, I'm starting to think that he ended up, they waited. Let me rephrase this. What happened to those poor innocent children had already taken place. And based on the injuries, and the medical director reading the results of the autopsies, I think the cops probably knew to some extent what had happened in that room. And some people are just not cut out for law enforcement. It boils down to that. A lot of people paused during the Las Vegas Xing. A lot of people very high up in Las Vegas Metro were hiding out and didn't show up. And if that doesn't infuriate you, I don't know what will, right? All right, let me show this. Yeah, but I don't know why they waited that long either. It's just, I did want to mention that.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear to evidence of this testimony given this cause will be the truth, so help you God.
That's basically what I
Stand
find.
right here, sir. Just have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Adjust the microphone. Speak up so everyone can hear you, please.
Would you tell us your name?
My name is Arnulfo Reyes.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I was a teacher.
You were a teacher?
Yes.
Are you now?
No.
And when was the last day that you taught?
May 24th, 2022,
And where did you teach?
at Robb Elementary.
And is that in Uvalde County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Who did you teach? In general terms, what grade level?
It was a self-contained fourth grade classroom.
A self-contained fourth grade classroom? What does that mean?
That means that I taught all subjects,
Sir.
math, reading, social studies, science,
You taught all of the
all
classes.
subjects, yes.
We'll talk.
And what age group did you teach?
Throughout my whole career, or just,
Just this year, May 24, 2020.
it was fourth grade.
And how old are those youngsters?
They're 9 at the beginning of the year, and then some turned 10.
How long had you been a teacher before this day?
17 years.
And was your room was what number?
Room 111.
And was it adjoined in another room?
Yes, it was joined to another room. Yes.
And what room did it adjoin?
112.
And were there teachers in that room also?
Yes.
And who were those teachers?
Those teachers were Irma Garcia and Eva Mireles.
Ooh, you sound so festive and
Can you
native.
tell us how that day started? May 24, 2022.
It started like any other day. I mean, just a normal day, like to go to school. Yeah.
Okay. And did y'all have award ceremonies before the day was over?
Yes, we had a award ceremony that was supposed to take place at 10:30 around there. We were just waiting for them to call us to the cafeteria.
So the cafeteria is where the award ceremony took place?
Yes.
And what is award ceremony?
Award ceremony is like when kids get awards for special things that they can do and achieve. And so we just give them awards for the special things.
And did the parents attend the award ceremony?
Yes, they're invited to go. Yes.
Okay. And how big was your class that day?
That day, my class was about, I want to say 14 or 15.
14?
Yeah, 14.
And after award ceremony, did any of the kids leave?
Yes.
And how many kids left?
I believe there was 3 kids that left that day.
Most kids like
And so after award ceremony, then what happened?
After the award ceremony, we headed back to our classroom.
And that was at Robb Elementary School,
Yes.
room 111,
Yes.
in the fourth grade wing.
Yes.
Did you get back to your classroom?
Yes.
And what happened next?
After we got back to the classroom, we resumed doing what we were doing before we went to the ceremony. And so everybody went back to their spots, and we just resumed what we were doing.
Okay. When you say they went back to your spots, could you tell us how your classroom was configured?
Well, we were watching a movie, so like most of the desks were gathered together, kind of I would say in the middle of the classroom. And they were, the kids were on the other side of that, and they were watching the movie on the big TV that we have.
And were the lights on or off because of the movie?
They were off.
They were off?
Yes.
And what were you doing during this time?
I was behind my desk and entering grades into the computer, and doing things that need to be done before the year's over.
And where was your desk in the room?
It was in a corner. It's in a corner by a long table.
My long table?
Yeah.
Okay. We've seen photographs of room 111.
Mhm.
Was it the corner where the doorway was? The entry to the doorway?
Yes, on that same side of the door. Mhm.
And was it close to the closet?
No.
Where was it from the closet?
Diagonally across. From,
Diagonal across to the opposite corner.
yes.
That's where your desk was.
Yes.
And that's where you were sitting.
Yes.
And then what happened?
We were there. I was doing my thing, and the kids were watching the movie, and I heard a noise, but it was kind of far, but it was still loud. And
Did
then
you recognize the noise?
no, I didn't. Well, I assumed that it sounded like books when you bang them on the floor, and that's what it sounded like. But it was kind of far.
And how many times did you hear that sound?
I would say maybe like 5-6 times or around there. And as I heard it, it kept on getting closer and closer, but it still seemed distant anyways. But yeah.
And did it ring a bell to you as to what that may be?
No. Mm-mm.
So then what happened?
So then, I kept on going and doing my thing, and the kids kept on doing their thing, and it was quiet. And then, as we were there, they started again, the loud sounds and more constant, and they were just very close now.
I would say it's about split.
Oh, very close. What do you
in terms of
mean?
how many
Like really loud, really closer.
to teaching? Not even
They
there.
just
Just
they sounded closer to where we were at.
I've
And
watched.
did that change your mind about it being books?
Yeah, it took me a while to process that, just because I didn't. I mean, it did change my mind of that it was not books, but I didn't know what it was still. Anyway, yeah.
Okay. So then what happened?
The sounds got louder, like I said, and I was still sitting there behind my desk and trying to comprehend what was going on. And then, for some reason, I looked at the wall that's across from me, which would be facing room 112. And then there was just a lot more. And then I saw like pieces of the wall, or some objects falling. Not too sure if it was sheetrock or what it was, but something was falling off the wall. And at that same time, I had a student come and ask me, what's going on?
And what did you say?
And I told her, I said, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. And then I told my kids to go ahead and get under the table where we've always practiced to go when we're on lockdown.
Okay, tell me about lockdown. What is lockdown?
Lockdown is when we turn the lights off in the room and make sure that the door's locked and hide out of the view of anybody.
And is there a specific place that the children are told to hide?
Yes, we have a long table that would be like on this side, and so they would hide under that long table.
And had y'all trained on that?
Yes, always.
And so when you told the children it was a lockdown hide, what did they do?
They all went under that table.
And was this loud banging going on at that time?
Yes. So when the students were going under the table, and I got off of my desk area and was going around to hide from view, that is when I looked at my door, and that's where I saw him.
Names.
What did you see?
A black shadow.
And what was the black shadow doing?
The black shadow was holding a gun. And I know that he was holding a gun because I just saw the fire come out of the gun.
And were you sitting or standing at the time?
Standing.
And what did you do?
Well, he shot at me. He hit me in my arm.
Show us where he hit you.
He hit right here.
If this is the guy they hit in the stomach, I've watched his interview before.
So he hit me on my arm, and that's when I fell to the ground. And then after I fell to the ground,
Yeah, maybe.
he came around and he shot the kids.
How close was he to you when that happened?
He was very close. I was on the other side of my kidney table, and he was probably behind the kidney table.
So it was really quick.
So it was one of the first things he did after shooting you was to shoot your kids.
Yes, sir.
And about how many shots did you hear go off?
Just a lot. I couldn't tell you how many, but just a lot.
Did the shadow with the gun stay in room 111 the entire time?
I'm not sure if it was the whole time, but what I do remember was a lot of the coughing that he was doing and the footsteps. So I heard a lot of it.
Huh.
Did you ever hear him leave room 111?
No, sir. The only time that I would say is when that he walked to the other classroom would be when one of the students say, officers come in here, we're here.
Excuse me?
When he went to the other classroom was when a student from that classroom said, officer, come in here, we're in here. And then I heard walks over there, and then I heard more shooting.
And did you hear that voice again?
No.
Is your timing accurate in your mind based on these events?
I would assume that it's correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
At some point, did you say that it was, your timing was kind of jumbled up?
Well, I mean, I didn't have a concept of time, like actual time, but what did seem like 30 minutes or, I mean, what I felt was about 30 minutes.
Okay. Did the gunman approach you anymore?
Why are we going after this one guy, this one defendant? Why aren't we going after the force? If I'm genuinely interested in people's feedback and thoughts, please let me know. After hearing that, after confirmation that it happened immediately and there is no aid that would have saved those poor innocent babies, please let me know what I'm missing.
He did approach me again. That's when he
I'm
he
worked
came
out.
and he tried to taunt me. He got some of my blood and splashed it on my face, and then he also
What were you doing when he splashed the blood on your face?
I was on the ground, hurt. Yeah,
Were your eyes open or closed?
I closed them
And why did you close your eyes?
because I wanted him to think that I was dead.
And did you have a time that you could talk to your children about what they should do?
Just at the beginning, I had told them to close their eyes because I didn't want them to see if something bad was going to happen.
And so as your eyes were closed and you were being taunted, did anything happen at that time?
Mm, no, not that I recall. My phone was ringing on my back. Mhm.
There's a reason you
The
went
injury to your arm, was that the only injury that you received?
No.
Tell us about that. How did that happen?
This one or the other one? The other injury?
Have you told us about the arm injury? Is there anything else about that I needed to ask?
I don't think so. I mean, this happened at first,
Oh my
at the
God.
beginning. But when he came back and after he taunted me and did all of that stuff, later on he did come back and he shot me on the back.
He shot you in the back.
Hmm.
Yep, this is the guy that I remember hearing.
And am I correct? You're not sure how long all this took place?
I'm not sure how long. I just know it felt like forever.
And how did you finally leave room 111?
I was dragged out.
Were you then alert when the breach happened, when the police officers came in?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So when, as I was laying there, I heard like the door open and then I heard little clanking of the desks, the metal. And that's when I told myself, they're coming in, anything can happen. And pretty much prayed and I just, I gave myself to the Lord and just closed my eyes real tight and just waited for everything to be over.
And what did you hear?
Well, after the clanging of the desks, I just heard gunfire, just a lot of it.
And after the gunfire, what happened next?
What I assumed was a border patrol, because I think I read it somewhere on his clothing. He had said, "Get up if you can get up, or talk if you can talk." And that's when I spoke and I said, "I'm here. I'm alive."
And after you spoke and said you're here, you're alive, what happened?
He turned me over on my back, and he got me from the pant leg of my pants, and he dragged me out of my classroom.
And where did you go?
I ended up in the hallway, like next to the kids' bathroom, and that's where I was with the first EMT that started a tourniquet on me.
So all the way down that to the north T section and then toward the east door?
Yes.
That's where they worked on you?
Yes.
Oh, his arm.
And did any of your children in room 111 survive this attack?
No, sir.
And in room 112, are you familiar with those children also?
Some of them, yes. Hmm.
And have you kept a picture of them on your fence outside your home since then?
Yes, sir.
And did we ask you if you could identify each of these children so we could have a name attached to each of the paragraphs in the indictment?
Yes.
And are you able to?
Yes.
And I'll ask you now just one time as to each of these children, were they alive and well on the morning of May 24, 2022?
Yes, sir.
state offers State's Exhibit 884 through 914.
Like, why? He has to be the scapegoat for a reason. I just don't know why. And if I'm wrong, if I'm missing something, please tell me.
It's submitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with Exhibit 884, and I'll ask you to tell us if these children were in your room or in room 112 and whether or not they survived. Okay?
Okay.
Starting with Exhibit 884,
Oh, no.
884, do you recognize that person?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Josiah Garcia.
And whose class was he in?
He was in my class.
Did he survive?
No.
885,
Rogelio Torres, he was in my classroom,
did he survive?
and he did not survive.
I'm going to ask you about each one, so if you just say that, if not. State's Exhibit 886,
Alicia Ramirez, and she was in room 112. She did not survive.
State's Exhibit 887,
Neve Bravo, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
State's Exhibit 888,
Miranda Mathis, and she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
State's Exhibit 889,
Eliana Torres, and she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
890,
Leila Salazar, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
891,
Annabelle Rodriguez, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
892,
Jace Lebanos, he was in my classroom, and he did not survive.
893,
Eliana Garcia, and she was in room 112. She did not survive.
Exhibit 894,
Tess Mata, and she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
895,
Maite Rodriguez, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
896,
Jayla Silguero, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
897,
Amory Jo Garza, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
898,
McKenna Elrod, she was in the next classroom, and she did not survive.
900,
Alexandria Rubio, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
902,
Jacqueline Cáceres, she was in my classroom, and she did not survive.
903,
Jose Flores, he was in my classroom, and he did not survive.
904,
Xavier Lopez, he was in my classroom, and he did not survive.
Now I'd like to move to Exhibit 905,
AJ Martinez, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
and State's Exhibit 906,
Gilberto Mata, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
Exhibit 907,
Jordan Olivares was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
Exhibit 908,
Kendall Olivares, she was in the next room, and she's a survivor.
909,
Maya Zamora, she was in the next classroom, and she's a survivor.
910,
Mia Cerrillo, she was in the next classroom, and she's a survivor.
911,
Noah Orona, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
912,
Samuel Salinas, he was in the next classroom, and he's a survivor.
913,
Jaden Carizales, in the next classroom, and he was a survivor.
and 914.
Chloe Menem Torres, the next classroom, and she's a survivor.
And when you say next classroom, in each of those situations, were you speaking of classroom 112?
Yes, sir. Room 112, yes.
Please.
Mr. Reyes, my name is Nico Befriend. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian Gonzales.
Mhm.
You've never testified before?
No.
You've interviewed before but not testified, right?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to ask you questions. And there's no guidelines on how to ask questions about pure evil, but I'm going to try, okay? And it's not evil that you committed, and it's not evil that Adrian committed, but I have to ask you questions about that incident, okay? And so if you need to stop me or we go as slow as you want to, but I need your permission because I have to ask you specific questions, okay?
Okay.
And the jury's already given us permission, but I want to be respectful to you too, okay?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna kind of compartmentalize it. I know the government went over what happened that day and broke it down. And we've all seen the heart-wrenching video. I want to start with lockdowns, like what lockdowns meant to you, to the school, to your community. You would agree that lockdowns were usually tied to bailouts, right?
Yes.
And the jury's heard about it, but you're an individual witness, and so bailouts dealt with someone who allegedly was here illegally, and they're trying to evade capture of police, and they will bail out, that's where the term comes from, their vehicle, to get away from police.
Yes.
You would agree that the lockdowns in your community were not focused on active shooters.
They weren't focused on shooters?
The lockdowns were mainly correlated to bailouts, not active shooters, is my point.
No, I think it applies to all. Like it applies to bailouts and active shooters.
The training does, yes, sir. But I'm just talking about the perception in the community was it's associated to bailouts, is my point.
I would say so, yes. Mm-hmm.
And so the lockdown rules, I believe you testified, and this is how you were trained: lights off, get under the table and hide, right?
Yes.
And there's another critical point of the protocol, right? Of the lockdown.
Yes, we look to make sure that we're out of view and make sure that the doors are locked.
Yeah, and that's the part I wanted to focus on.
Okay.
Because the safety aspect of a lockdown procedure is the locks on the door, right?
Yes.
The other part of the lockdown procedure is to hopefully not be noticed by, if there was an active shooter, they're looking around, and if someone is hidden and in a corner and lights are off, they may think that no one's in there and they'll keep going.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So there's one aspect of it is not being seen. The other aspect of it, which is the locks, is to try to deter or stop a shooter from entering a room.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And the school had rules on locks, correct?
Yes.
And the rule was that the doors were to be locked at all times.
Yes.
And the rule was no exceptions. Right?
Yes.
But there was a culture in the school where, and because of resources, that there weren't enough keys to go around to substitute teachers, that there was a magnet system used at the school, right?
That depended on the teacher. Yes. Yeah.
But it was known, right? It was known that magnets were used to wedge in between the door and the frame so it would not click, and then someone wouldn't have to get up every time to open the door with a key, right?
Yes.
And this is not your decision, but it's not like other schools that have like a key fob where they can just click it and then put it back in and easy access, and it can lock easily as well, right?
Yes.
Teachers actually had a key.
Yes.
And so it wasn't an official system supported by the administration, but it was a system that many, many teachers used, that magnet system, right?
I've seen it not only in our district, but I've seen it in other districts as well.
Yes, sir. And that's what I mean. This was more of a culture of the whole school district, that for whatever reason, these magnets were used, right?
And yes.
And is it fair to say that the administration discouraged them, but did not ban them?
I would say so.
I mean, there wasn't a feeling that said if you use a magnet system, you're going to be fired. It wasn't like that from the administration.
No.
So the administration kind of, and if you don't agree, then don't agree with me, but kind of look the other way. Don't use the magnet system, but knew that people were using the magnet system. Is that a fair overall statement?
I mean, I would assume that she knew. Mm-hmm.
Well, you're talking about Ms. Gutierrez as the principal, but I'm just talking about the whole district, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Because your words were the magnets were used in other schools that you know of, right?
Never that I
Yes.
worked in.
And then also, not only those are for the indoor locks, but the external locks, the external doors were supposed to be locked at all times.
100%.
Correct?
Yes.
And you know now that the external door was not locked, right?
Yes. Now I know.
But the east door was always left unlocked, correct? The one near the library?
Yes.
And the reason why is because kids would go so much that they just left that one. That was knowingly left unlocked.
I think they were left open due to rotations, going to PE, going to computer lab, going to other places. Yes.
And if I can direct your attention back to your room, You had a front door to 111, but then there was also a door in between you and 112.
Yes.
And both those doors had the ability to be locked, right?
Yes.
And you know now that both doors were not locked?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, they weren't locked?
I didn't know that they were both unlocked.
And I'm not being disrespectful, okay? Whose responsibility is it in room 111 to make sure those doors are locked?
That would be my responsibility.
Oh my God. Man.
And so, and the reason why you had left doors unlocked in the past is because your room had printers in them, correct?
I had what we call like a community printer.
Yes, sir.
And not necessarily leave the door unlocked. Sometimes it just didn't latch.
Well, that's a different issue, right? So,
Yeah.
so there's we'll talk about the latching issue in a second, and you reporting that to the school. But on the community printer, there was actually people would come into your classroom 2 to 3 times a day. You said before, and would use the printer, and so you would leave it unlocked at times.
Extremely
Yes.
distracting.
But at times you had a student, I think it was Rogelio, that
Yes.
you had appointed. So whenever you did leave it unlocked, he would get up to open the door for the printing and when someone needed to come in.
Yes.
But at other times you would leave it unlocked just because it was a distraction. I think an inconvenience, I believe you said in the past.
Yeah, it was sometimes an inconvenience, but I mean, I wouldn't leave it open all the time. Unlocked all the time. I mean,
I understand. But on this day, the doors between 111 and 112 were unlocked, right?
I believe that one was unlocked just because Ms. Mireles, who was the special ed teacher on that side, she always came in through there to get something printed. So yeah.
But the rule still said that the doors had to be locked, right?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you had earlier that day, you had exited your door to cross to room 105 to see if the teacher in 105 wanted to order something because it was a kind of a relaxed day. You guys were ordering food.
Yes.
And so at some point, we can play later for the jury, but you've seen that you leave your classroom from 111 and you cross the hall to 105, and then at some point you come back to your room.
Yes.
And have you seen the video of you doing that?
Yes.
And did you recognize that it looked like the door, just you opened it right away, it wasn't locked?
No, I mean, not that I opened it right away.
Okay. But you don't recall using your key, and you couldn't say whether you had locked the door or not, right?
The only reason that I know that I don't know for sure if I locked my door or not was because I still had my keys on my arm when I ended up in the hospital and all that. So if I still had my key here, why would I have it here if I didn't lock the door? That's what
Is in your mind.
is in my mind. Yes.
Are you aware now today that the Rangers came to a conclusion that the door was not locked?
Yeah.
And so that was a factual objective determination that an independent investigator made, right?
Yes.
Now I do want to talk about the malfunctioning because your door, although it was able to be locked, sometimes the catch would get stuck in the door, right?
Yes.
And you'd have to kind of either shake it or jimmy it, and then it would click when you would shut the door.
Yes.
You had reported it. You claimed you were, and I'm saying claimed only because we don't have a work order, but you claimed that you reported it to the school, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you have said that you reported it to the principal and to the secretary. Is that true?
Yes.
But there's not an official work order. We cannot, the government or us, we can't get our hands on a work order where you're requesting for them to fix that malfunction, right?
Yes, but I think that that the school police department should have a record of that. If they did walkthroughs, how come they didn't report it?
Okay, well, you're asking a question, and I can try to answer that. You guys didn't have a police officer assigned to your school, right?
No, but they did walkthroughs.
We'll go one thing at a time.
Okay.
You didn't have a police officer assigned to your school, right?
No.
So the high school had a police officer full-time, but unfortunately your school did not have a police officer full-time, right?
No.
And the walkthrough, by whomever, whichever PD did it, it was to make sure doors were locked, right?
Yes.
And is it safe to say there was a culture of warning teachers when that police officer, whoever it was, would check on the doors so them to remove the magnets? You remember that?
No.
Like teachers wouldn't.
Hey guys, this feels like a really bad time, but I need to do it anyways. If you could please make sure to hit the like button so it helps the algorithm so that more people can see this, because I think that more people need to see this. Not me crying, but hear about what's going on and see if this is happening in your children's schools. Thank you.
Tell other teachers that the police officer is there to remove the magnet?
No.
Okay. So now I want to direct your attention back to a little bit to before the incident happened. I think you testified that you thought you heard books dropping on the floor,
Yes,
but it was far but loud, correct?
yes,
And then it got closer.
yes.
And then at some point, you said that you saw sheetrock chipping off of the walls.
Something was falling or,
Can you, maybe I'm not clear, can you, Judge, may I stand up, please?
Yes.
If you're sitting at your desk in that room,
Mhm.
will you tell me where to stand, where the front door is to 111?
on this side.
Tell me when to stop.
Right there. Right there. Mhm.
And, I'm sorry. And is this the distance you were sitting as well? I mean, your desk from the door?
No, I would say it's probably where that gentleman's right there.
This gentleman here?
Yes, right there, right there.
Do you know the measurements of your schoolroom, of your classroom?
No, but I would say probably like 30 feet by 20 feet or something like that.
Okay. And then when you saw, because I have to ask, when you saw things chipping and you made a decision ultimately to have the children hide, it was because you were worried that maybe they were in danger?
Yes,
In past lockdowns, would you go lock the door in past lockdowns?
well, I would have gone to go check the door, yes.
And as these sounds got louder and louder,
Important to ask.
but in this incident, for whatever reason, and I'm not going to try to push you to try to remember why, you didn't go check the door to see if it was locked, right?
No, because I was confused of what the noise was. I didn't know it was a gun at the time.
And again, I have to ask this question. In the lockdown training, you're not taught to figure out what the danger may be. Once you make a decision to do a lockdown, one of the responsibilities is to immediately lock the door, right?
Yes, but we weren't told like how we had practiced before. So when we would go into lockdown, it would usually come out on the intercom, or we had the Raptor system, which we never really used. So I wasn't too sure if we were on the lockdown or not.
Okay, let's break that down. Because
Okay.
you said two things. You said intercom and you said Raptor system.
Mhm.
So everybody knows what an intercom is. We're going to hear about how the school used it, but let's explain what the Raptor system is.
The Raptor system is an app that you have on your phone. So whenever there's something that's happening bad, it should come up on your phone and let you know that you're on a lockdown or something, or whatever's, the problem.
But if a teacher doesn't have their phone with them, then they can't get that part of the notification, right?
That's correct, yes.
Did you get a Raptor system notification?
No, sir.
Did you have your phone with you?
Yes,
Because you were receiving text messages and calls after that you were shot,
which is surprising to me because I never got text.
Hey guys, the reason I pinned a question at the top of this poll was to get you to answer it, because the more you engage with this video, the more likely you are to receive free memberships. And that, once again, helps roll this out to more people. So why don't you go ahead and please tell me in the chat where you're watching from. Thank you.
Messages during the school year.
But so for sure, nobody was using the Raptor system to warn of this incident, correct? You didn't get a warning from your phone.
I didn't get a warning on my phone. I don't know if anybody else did.
Now I'm focused on you.
Mhm.
And then the intercom system. In the past, how would the intercom system be used?
Well, she would come on there and say, okay, we're on lockdown. And so we would do what we needed to do.
And she is the principal?
Yes,
But in your training, a teacher doesn't have to wait for the principal to go on lockdown. They can make an independent decision themselves. Do you agree with that?
I guess, yeah, you could.
Well, I'm just going to respectfully push you on this a little bit. But the training specifically says that you didn't, because if a teacher or a principal doesn't act or is not notified of an incident on the west side of a school, they would know. So a teacher can take responsibility in their own hands and call for a lockdown with their students, right?
So I'm guessing that you're assuming that I knew that was a gun, because I didn't make the correlation that the noise was coming from a gun until the gun was actually in my classroom. So the noise and the gun, I could not actually tell that we were in danger. It was just a loud noise and it was just banging. So if
I'm
you're
trying not to assume anything. That's why I'm asking questions, okay? And I'm really not trying to blame you or do anything disrespectful. I just have to ask these questions, okay?
okay,
At some point, because we saw in the video, Amy Marin was yelling with another teacher down the hall,
Mhm.
correct?
Mhm.
And you have to say yes, just because.
Yes.
That's
I'm sorry.
okay. Just for the court reporter. And you did not hear Amy yelling.
I did not hear any yell. No.
Did the teachers in 112, what were they doing during this time?
I'm not sure. I think that they were watching a movie as well.
But at some point, you stated that they were trying to lock their door. You believe that they were locking their door.
I never stated that.
Have you ever spoken before to the grand jury?
Yes.
Angel, thank you. Wonderful. Hey, Kurt, what's up? Thanks so much.
I'm gonna find it for you, okay?
Okay.
Hey, Matt, let me know if they're editing you. Please and thank you. Another one from Perth. Hey, what's up? South Australia in the house. Love having you guys here. Make sure that you like. I don't normally try.
Trish, are you staying in town? You staying in town?
Yes.
Okay. Tell you what, folks, we're gonna go, if he's not trying to drive back to the valley tonight, we're gonna go and break for,
Judge, can I just make this last point before we take a break? I found it.
if you found it.
Yeah, I did, Judge.
Oh,
Sorry about
please.
that. I wrote down the wrong number. And during the grand jury, you were under oath like you are today?
Yes.
And you answered questions honestly, may I approach?
Yeah.
I'm gonna direct your attention to the transcript of your grand jury.
Okay.
Can you read line 13 to 17 to yourself, sir? Did you read?
Mhm.
So as I said again, you testified before because you were asked a question. Did either of the teachers in room 112 come to your room and say, "Hey, I just got the Raptor"? Your answer, no. Lock your door. I believe they were trying to lock their door. Do you remember saying that now?
Yes.
And so you said before that you believed that the teachers in 112 were trying to lock their door, right?
I believe that's what I had seen, or I was told from other teachers. Yes.
But that's not what you said in this testimony. You said you believed it because they were right next to you, that they were locking their door, correct?
I believe that's what they were doing.
I didn't know if you wanted to stop now, but I was going to keep going.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and break for the evening. We'll start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Very important, you remember my instructions concerning any publicity, media, etc. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you. Mr. Reyes, I need to give you some instructions, so if you'll stay with us momentarily. Don't let everyone rise for the jury.
Hold on. Oh, God. Oh. Trying to get this queued up. Share this.
My questions don't diminish what you went through, okay? I want you to know that.
What in the hell? Heck.
It's apparent to us. I think everybody, what you went through, we see that the results of it. But you understand I have to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
You understand that the government has brought Adrian into this court, and they're essentially blaming him for the cascade of court.
It's not
I'm just laying down the
wrong.
foundation of why I'm asking questions.
I'm gonna suspend objection. Now go ahead.
Do you understand this proceeding, right?
Yes.
Okay. You testified yesterday that you didn't know exactly what those sounds were as they were getting louder, even when you saw the flakes of sheetrock come down. You remember that?
Yes.
Have you ever testified differently?
No.
Did you say to a different jury, grand jury, that at the time you saw the flakes of sheetrock that you knew it was a gun, you figured it was a gun?
I kind of put it together. Yes.
Okay, and so that's what I'm saying. So that's why I wanted to give you an opportunity to correct that. So you told this jury yesterday that even when you saw the sheetrock coming down, that you still didn't know what it was. Remember that yesterday? Yes, you did.
Yes.
Okay, but now you recall that you did figure it was a gun. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at that moment, you made a decision that if it was going to be a gun, you were not going to run to that situation, and you were going to hope that the door was locked. Do you remember saying that?
I never said that I was not going to run to the door.
Do you remember testifying to that same grand jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you were under oath like you are today?
I hope this guy is like okay emotionally.
And you testified to the grand jury just similar to what you're testifying before this jury, correct?
Yes.
I'm direct opposing counsel to transcript of the grand jury, page 54, lines 2 through 5. Answer, you. Okay.
Objection to him reading the John, the impeachment would be to allow him to refresh his memory and then ask him to refresh his.
Well, no, I asked him if he remembered. He didn't remember, Judge, so I'm allowed to impeach him. He said he didn't say it. Well, differently. Thank you.
I'm an overruled objection. Sir, they're going to read it to you, see if it refreshes your memory. You can agree or disagree that you said it after they read it to you, okay?
Okay.
Question from grand jury.
Home.
You had already taken it, your words, upon yourself to do the lockdown. Turn off the light, secure the kids, but you never went or thought about locking the door and making sure it was locked? That was the question. Answer. Okay. The reason that I didn't do all those, because the lights were already off. And when I saw the sheetrock falling, I figured that it was something like a gun. So I told them to get in place, and seeing that I was not going to run to that. So I was hoping that my door was locked.
Yes.
And that's how you testified to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Hey Lori, I see your comments in the chat, and I think personally, standing back from this situation, I think it was several missteps. I think it was several problems that culminated into this horrific event. And it's really difficult for me to sit here and to lay blame on just one person. Because I've seen, while watching this trial, I've seen so many epic screw ups. So I appreciate you guys commenting, and I love that we do it respectfully. We don't have to attack each other for having a difference of opinion. I love you guys, and you make my day every day, 3:30 p.m. Eastern.
But then you also took it a step further. You almost tied the fact that you weren't going to go running to the shooting to what you thought the officers weren't doing at that time. Do you recall that?
No.
Answer. But
I might have made that statement because when I got to the other side, I was shot already. So there was no chance for me to even run, and it happened like that.
well, I'm just going over what you
Yeah.
testified to the grand jury, right? Would you like to look at it really quickly?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay. So I'm going to read it to you, okay?
Mhm.
If officers didn't want to go to the shooting, I didn't want to go either.
Yes.
I had the pencil to defend myself.
Yes.
So that's what you had testified before. And so you knew during the time that you were seeing this sheetrock chip off, that you figured it was a gun, right?
Yes.
And you weren't sure if your door was locked, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't going to go check.
I couldn't.
Well, that's not what that you testified to before, right? You just weren't going to go. You were hoping it was locked. Do you remember that? We talked about that?
I guess. Yeah. I guess when I got up, I just had hope that it was locked.
Right.
Yeah.
And I also want to direct your attention about something you testified yesterday about teachers at the school. You don't know what they knew about the magnets. Remember about that magnet system that was unofficially being used by teachers?
Mhm.
You recall that? But you actually knew that almost every teacher had those magnets, right?
I would say that most teachers have that kind of magnet because it's a manipulative, and so we do use them for math to do assignments. Yes.
Well, two things I want to ask you what a manipulative is. But number two, yesterday you said I don't know what other teachers do. Do you remember saying that to this jury?
Yes.
Okay. But you did know. You knew that almost every teacher had those magnets, correct?
Most teachers do have those magnets. Yes.
And they use them in the doors, correct?
Sometimes. Mhm.
Now, will you explain to this jury what a manipulative is?
A manipulative is an object that is used to try to make the connection of. We use them mostly in math to make the connection. So like it would be like a small little toy. Like we use a lot of bears, so that would be like adding 2 red bears to 2 blue bears, and that makes 4 bears.
Okay. But they were used to bypass locks,
Yes.
right? I mean, so because it was out of convenience, like you with the copier, but other teachers, because if kids needed to go in and out of the bathroom, because the school only gave keys, actual keys, teachers didn't want to go and have to unlock the doors.
Yes.
And then when it came to substitutes, though, when it came to substitute teachers, doors were left unlocked constantly because they didn't have even keys.
Yes.
So those doors were left locked whenever substitutes came in to teach.
I think so, yes.
Well, you knew so when you testified to the grand jury, right? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about those tables that you directed the children to go under. The tables in your room were different than the tables in 112, would you say? In the sense of curtains. Your tables didn't have curtains.
No.
Did
And
was
the
that
tables in 112 did, to where kids could go under and then be covered by the curtains, correct?
Yes.
So when you say, and again, I say this respectfully, so when you say when children were hiding under the tables, the only way that would work is if somebody was looking up through a window for a moment. They weren't really hidden, correct?
I guess if they look from that, that's like, I don't understand what you're trying to.
Okay, that's fine. May I stand up, Judge?
Yes.
If you're walking from this way, and I can present to you that there's an opening here. I don't know if you noticed it when you walked in. Right here. If my co-counsel and us get under this table, and I'm walking from the gallery here, we're not really hidden because we can see. I can see under the table, correct?
Yes.
Now, if there was a curtain here, then that would conceal us. So maybe if I walk by, I wouldn't notice and then keep walking. Now, do you understand my question?
Yes.
Okay. So your room didn't have those curtains,
No.
but the children were under the desk, right? And and although I think you testified yesterday, although that your school was experiencing in the community a tremendous amount of bailouts, there wasn't a focus on locking these doors.
What do you mean locking the doors? Like,
There's two lines of barrier for defense of a student, right? There's the external door, kind of like the door to a courtroom, and then there's an internal door, like a door to a jury room, right there, right? Is that true? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And so what I'm saying is the external doors in the fourth grade building were not locked. We know that now, right?
Now we know, yes.
And then the internal doors were not locked either.
The internal doors in between classes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and I explained that yesterday that was left open because Ms. Mireles was a special ed teacher and constantly printed stuff for IEPs and stuff.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question for me. I understand that the 111 to 112, that wasn't locked either. I'm talking about the door leading into 111. That wasn't locked either.
That day, no.
I'm really sorry what you went through and your community went through, sir. Thank you for answering my questions, Pastor.
Thank you. Just a few questions to follow up. Your tables did not have curtains, is that correct?
Correct.
But was the room dark at that time?
Yes, it was dark.
And did that help shield where the children were?
No, I mean curtains on the window.
No, the room was dark.
In my opinion, I say that it's
stream, please.
out of view, and so I mean the curtains in room 112. That
If you think this is important, more eyes need to get onto this stream. So by liking it and by subscribing to my channel, you're helping amplify this message. And I greatly appreciate the support. Thanks.
was a personal choice on her part. So I didn't have curtains on the bottom of my table. No.
But the point of it is that the kids went where they were trained.
Yes, sir.
Even though there were gunshots going off, the kids had the sense to go where they were trained.
Yes, sir.
And we talked a whole lot about magnets, but the gunman entered your room, correct?
Yes.
Did the magnet have anything to do with him entering your room?
No.
And the question about officers didn't want to go in, and I didn't want to go toward the shooting either. Were you armed with a firearm?
No, sir.
Did you have bulletproof vests on?
No, sir.
Had you been trained on how to confront an active shooter?
No, sir.
And did you have the duties a police officer has?
No, sir.
I think this is important to let you guys know. One of the testimonies that I skipped over because I didn't think that it was critical, and I definitely knew I was going to lose your focus on. The officer said that they are absolutely trained to not just shoot at noises. Like, they have to have a clear target in sight. It makes sense, right? So they did not have this target in sight. And that's why there was no shooting going on for a very long time, according to the Rangers.
When you train on lockdown procedures, you're not trained to have a helmet or body armor or a long rifle, right?
Correct.
You're trained just to go lock the door.
And other things as well as to hide the kids. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
But hiding the kids isn't as effective if that door is not locked.
I guess so. Yeah.
And I think that the government asked you that the magnet had nothing to do with the gunman entering that room. Do you remember that question?
Mm-hmm.
But that door being unlocked had an effect on that gunman entering the room. Would you agree with that?
Can you repeat that again?
Yes, sir. The fact that the door was not locked, that had an effect on the gunman entering the room.
Yes.
That's the question.
Recall either side.
No, sir, not for myself.
Okay, sir, you are excused from the subpoena. You're free to go. The rule is invoked, like I explained to you
It's
yesterday.
really
Would you do me a
sad.
favor and not discuss the
That's
case
the truth.
with anyone until you're aware the trial is over?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
And I hate that
You're
he has
dismissed.
to go through this. I hate that.
State calls Elsa Avila.
Well, why in the hell is this cop on trial when there was over 300 personnel that arrived that day? I've yet to hear why he single-handedly is the person at the front of this.
Morning, ma'am. You just come up to the bench here and raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given in the cause to be the truth, so help you God. That's our witness stand right there. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Elsa Avila.
And Ms. Avila, where are you currently employed?
I work at Sacred Heart Catholic School in Uvalde.
How long were you employed with the Uvalde Independent School District?
26 years.
Wow.
And in May of 2022, where were you employed? What school?
I was at Robb Elementary.
And what was your job position at Robb Elementary?
I was a fourth grade teacher.
And how long had you worked at Robb Elementary at that time?
About 8 years. That was my 8th year.
Okay. Did you work at other campuses with the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes, I did.
What other campuses did you work
I
at?
worked at Anthem Elementary.
I'm going to ask you to let me finish the question. I know you're very nervous. And this is nerve-wracking. Just let me finish the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Did you also teach pre-K at some point?
Yes, I did.
And where was that at?
I taught, that was not with the district, though. I taught with community council.
Community Council.
You're right.
For the jury and for
The
the
Head
rest.
Start.
Yeah, Head Start program.
Yes.
For the community.
Based on the testimony
Yes.
from this trial.
As of 2022, how many years had you been teaching the fourth grade?
From 2007 to 2022.
Okay. And did you enjoy teaching the fourth grade?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury why is that?
Because the students were a lot more independent. You could reason with them. They, it was just easier for me.
I love middle school.
You enjoyed that grade level. Now, for the school year of 2021 to 2022, did you begin that school year at Robb Elementary?
Yes, I did.
Now, can you explain to the jury what the Raptor system was at that time?
The Raptor system was an alert system that the school district used. It was an app on our phones, and it was to alert us to any emergency at the school.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what is a lockdown as you understand it?
A lockdown is when there's a threat at the school, so we need to lock our doors, turn off the lights, and get out of sight.
Now, did you receive training as a teacher for the Uvalde Independent School District on a lockdown and the procedures of that?
Yes.
And who provided that training to you?
We had it every year during our in-service before school started, and it was provided by police officers.
Police officers for the Uvalde Independent School District?
I believe so, or it could have been police officers from the city. I'm not quite sure.
But do you remember who was the officer who provided the training to you?
For that year, I remember that it was Ruben Ruiz. and another officer, but I don't remember who the other officer was, because it was always two officers that would come in and do the training.
And do you remember Ruben Ruiz being a police officer for the Uvalde Independent School District?
I believe so.
And his wife was a teacher, right?
Yes, because I remember that year he was joking around with Eva there in the cafeteria when we were having the training that year.
And when you mean by Eva, who are you speaking of?
Eva Mireles, which was a coworker. She was also a fourth grade teacher.
Okay. And what room was she in?
She was in room 112.
And how often were you providing this training on lockdowns?
We had it every year. Like I said, during in-service before school started, every school year.
Now, with regard to the children, how are they trained on lockdowns?
The children, we practiced with them, and I believe we had a drill. We had the lockdown drills once every semester, one in the spring and one in the fall, and then one in the spring. And we would also, they knew we would lock the doors, turn off the lights, and get to our secure area out of sight, the furthest corner in the room away from the windows and the door.
And who provided this training to the students?
We did, the teachers.
Now, when you are in training as to a lockdown, what are you trying to do as to the termination of that lockdown?
When we're doing the drills, the admin or the principal will come on the intercom and say, our lockdown drill is over. But when we were trained that when there was a real lockdown situation, a real threat, then we would remain out of sight, stay quiet until law enforcement came and opened our doors. We were not to answer the door to anyone. If they knocked or they said, we're here to open the door or open the door for us, we were trained that law enforcement would open the door because they would have the keys to our classrooms.
Now I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What were your work hours that day?
My work hours every day were from 7:30 to 4.
And where was your classroom? What I'm going to do, we're going to show you State's Exhibit number 756. Can I press the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to give you a pointer, and I'm going to ask that you get up and show the jury where was your classroom on May 24th of 2022.
I was in classroom 109.
For the record, you're pointing to classroom number 109,
Yes.
which is on the southeast side, second classroom north from the south door. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me sit down then. Well, I'll tell you what, stay up there. Can you explain to the jury, when you walk into your classroom on May 24th of 2022, what would you see?
We walked in my door, just as I go through the hallway, we walk in, connecting doors to 110 on the east side.
Excuse me, Judge. I'm so sorry. Can we ask Isabella, do you mind raising your voice so we can hear you?
Why don't you go ahead and sit down, that way you have the microphone.
My teacher desk, or actually a kidney table, was at the far east wall by the windows, and then the students' desks were around the room in a U shape.
And when you say a kidney table, I think we need to clarify that. What do you mean by that for the jury? Is it the tables in the shape of a kidney?
Yes, it's
Okay.
a table in the shape of a kidney. Yes.
Okay.
So we did not have teacher desks. That was our small group table and also our desk.
Okay, so it doubled as an activity desk and
Thank you,
a desk for you then.
Lori.
And how many years were you in that classroom as of 2022?
I was in that classroom, let's see, I was around 8 years, and I was in another classroom 2 years. So I was in that classroom about 6 years.
And where were the windows in your classroom?
They were on the east wall.
And did you have curtains or blinds on your windows?
I had blinds and curtains. I had blackout curtains because since we used the ViewSonic screen monitor, the glare would, even with the blinds, there would be a glare. It was hard for the students to see, so I had blackout curtains.
And did your classroom adjoin another classroom?
Yes, it adjoined room 110.
Now, on May 24th of 2022, was that a special day? Were there special activities that day?
Yes, that was awards day, so we had our awards ceremonies for fourth grade on that day.
And what time was your award ceremony?
My award ceremony was from 10 to 10:30.
So because it was a free day, was it structures of?
Yes, because a lot of children leave after the award ceremony, not all the students stay. So no one was really following like the regular schedule on that day. Everyone was at different schedules.
What time did you get back to your classroom?
I got back to my classroom around 10:30, 10:35.
Did all of your students stay? Did you have any leave?
I had one student that decided to go home.
The rest of your students stayed?
The rest of them stayed, yes.
And why is that?
because they knew that we were going to be doing fun activities that day. We were going to do a STEM activity. We were going to finish up piñatas that we were going to break on the last day of school, and we were going to have snow cones at recess. So they knew it was going to be a fun activity day.
Now, what was the STEM activity that y'all had planned for the day?
We were doing a STEM challenge. They were creating their own shoes out of newspaper. So they each had to create their own special shoes, and then we were going to have a race at 11:30. We were going to go outside to the playground and have a race to see who created the sturdiest shoes, whose shoes would make it to the end of the race. And then, of course, we'd have a winner, we'd have a prize, and fourth graders love prizes, and they love competing, so they were all excited about that.
Sounds like a very special day, was it not?
Yes, it was. We were having a lot of fun.
So you said that y'all were planning to go outside about what time?
At 11:30, I had set my timer on my phone, and the kids were ready for that timer to ring. They were ready to go outside and have the race.
In preparation to go outside, what did you have your students doing?
When the timer rang off, they're like, it's time, let's go. So we lined up at the door, and I was teasing them, and I was like, oh, well, let me take pictures first. Oh, let me take another picture. And they're like, let's go. Like, let me take pictures. I want to see everybody's shoes before we go, and they get ruined. So we were spending some time there taking pictures, and they were lined up at the door, and they were making their faces, and I was just taking pictures of their shoes. They were posing with their different shoes. And then as I'm taking pictures, my line leader, one of my students, a little girl, she told me, Miss, there's something going on. Miss Deming's class is running to her classroom, and they're screaming and running. And I told her, well, let's let Miss Deming worry about it. I'm sure she'll take care of it. It's okay. And so I continued with the other students taking pictures, and then she told me again, no, it's like they're scared, they're crying, they're running. And so I told her, okay, well, let me go take a look. So I told her, stand back. I went to the door. I opened the door. I poked my head out into the hallway, and I heard a female voice yelling, get in your rooms, get in your rooms. So I knew, okay, something is going on.
How would you describe that yelling for the jury?
She sounded terrified, anxious, and she was really screaming loud. So I knew, okay, something's going on. So I slammed my door shut. I turned off the lights, and I told the kids, let's go.
Okay, really quick. Here's Bitsy. I know some people asked to see, because they've been sending well wishes. She's the one that ended up in the emergency vet last night. So thanks, guys, for your support. I hated that I had to cut off yesterday really short, but my baby was hurting, and $500 later, I think she's back on the mend. Thanks, guys.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Did you see the woman that was screaming?
No.
Did you see anybody in the hallway?
I didn't see anybody.
So right now you have a woman screaming. She sounds terrified. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So then what did you do?
Like I said, I slammed my door, turned off the lights, and I told the kids, let's go. And they know that that's.
I'm gonna stop you right there. You said you hear a woman screaming. You don't see anything, but you go into lockdown.
Yes.
Explain to the jury why that is. I mean, right now all you know is that you have a teacher screaming. You have kids that are running. Why did you go into lockdown immediately?
Because I knew there was some kind of threat, there was some kind of danger, and we had to go into safety mode. We had to protect the kids. We had to be sure that everyone was safe.
So what did you do then?
Like I said, I slammed the door shut. I turned off the lights, and I told the kids go. They already knew, when the lights are off, we lock our door. We know our next step is out of sight, stay down, stay quiet. So that's what I told them, to stay down, stay quiet. And I started directing them. But as soon as we started moving, we heard shots. We heard loud shots in the hallway.
What were your students' reaction upon hearing these shots?
That some of them started crying. They started moving faster towards the corner, getting under the counter. They knew that it was, a real thing, that this time it was not a drill, that it was something real, because they could hear the shots being fired.
Now, what were you doing as the kids are getting down and hiding? What were you doing?
I was directing them, to making sure that everyone was safe and out of sight, was down. And I saw that some kids had gone further down the classroom by the whiteboard, and they were getting too close to the window. So I stood up and was directing them, come closer, to the corner, to the west side, closer to me, where I could see everyone and where everyone was. And as I stood there and I was waving them over, that's when I felt, we were hearing shots, and I felt a shot on my left side.
So you were shot at this point?
At this point, yes.
The moment that you're standing up directing the kids to get closer to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
So did you realize you were shot? I mean, what did you feel?
Yes, because I felt the pain, I felt the burning pain, and I know I yelled, oh no, I'm shot, and I fell to the floor. So yes, I knew I was shot, and I put my hand on my side, and I saw blood. When I took my hand away, I saw blood, so I knew that.
This is how I feel too.
Once you fell to the floor, what happened next?
I fell to the floor, and we kept hearing the shots. They were just going like that, just one after the other, one after the other, and it would stop, and then it would go. And I was just laying there. I dropped my phone. I dropped my glasses, so I was crawling around looking for my phone, looking for my glasses, so that I could text somebody, that I was hurt and let them know.
Were you able to text somebody to let them know that you were shot?
Yes, I did. I texted my principal. I texted the counselor. I texted some of my teacher friends on a teacher group that we had to let them know, I'm shot. I need help. Send help. The counselor answered. She said, "Are you in lockdown? We're supposed to be in lockdown. Are you in your room?" I said, "Yes, I'm shot. I need help." And then she didn't answer. And then,
did you notice anything, another phone going off in the room at this point?
Yes, at this point I noticed some flashing, and the children that were by the whiteboard, that's where the hooks are for their backpacks. So their backpacks were hanging there. So one of the students had grabbed their phone and I guess was trying to call out, or somebody was calling them. I guess that's why the phone was flashing, because it was on silent.
What did
And
you
so
do?
I could see flashing. So I crawled over there and I grabbed the phone and I said, "No phones. We don't use phones. We have to stay quiet."
So let me understand right now. So right now you're shot. You fell to the floor. You don't have your glasses on. You're trying to communicate for help, but you still realize that this other phone should not be going off.
Yes.
And you grab it.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Did
I
one
kept
of your
it.
other students notice the phone also?
Yes, because I grabbed it and I kept it with me, but it was face up and it continued flashing. And one of my little girls said, "Miss, it's still flashing. It's still flashing." And I couldn't figure out how to turn it off. I don't have my glasses on. So then I just put it face down and just kept it with me and just face down.
So even she knew that was not proper procedure for lockdown.
Yes.
Now, what happened then after that?
After that, the shots were going on and off. And then after a while, there was just silence. And then we heard footsteps. We heard like mumbling, voices, yelling that we couldn't tell. Well, I couldn't tell because I was on the floor. So I couldn't tell exactly where the sounds were coming from, if they were from the room next door or they were in the hallway. I mean, I could just hear a lot of noise out there.
What were your students doing at this time?
They were staying quiet. They were hugging each other. They were helping each other stay quiet. Some of them were tapping me and they were telling me, Miss, we love you. We love you. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay.
They were trying to comfort you.
They were trying to comfort me. And after I was texting and all that, then the pain was getting more and more, and I couldn't answer them anymore. I couldn't reassure them. I couldn't comfort them because I was trying so hard to keep in the pain. I didn't want to move and start, yelling I knew I had to stay quiet and I had to stay calm so that they could as well stay quiet and stay calm.
Now, while you're lying there, can you explain to the jury what your thought process was?
As I'm lying there, like I said, I was hearing noises. I didn't know if it was the room next door, and that was my biggest worry, that he's going to come in there, and that door is never locked, the connecting door. He's going to come in through there. What can I do? I'm here. I'm on the floor. What can I do? I was under the desks because I'm on the floor, and the desks were there. Now, the thought that came to my mind was I can push the desks. If I see movement at the door, I can try to push the desks over that way, to topple the desk, maybe trip them up.
So you're thinking of ways to confront
ways to try to trip them up, or try to slow them down, stop them, something.
Now, were you eventually evacuated?
Yes, we were.
And how did the evacuation occur?
After, I don't know how long it was, it seemed forever. The police busted through the windows. They said, police, we're here to help you. And they broke in through the east windows, and they glass flew everywhere. And the students let out a collective cry, like keening. They all just cried at the same time because they've been holding it in for so long. And some of them ran to the window right away. Some of them stayed with me, and they didn't move. So
They wanted to stay with you?
Yes. So I somehow stood up and, told them, come on, let's go, move.
So you assisted them in getting out of the window?
Yes. I walked some of them to the table because they had to climb on the table, and then my bookshelf that was right under the window because the windows were high. So they had to step on the table and the shelves and climb out the window. So yes, I assisted some of them.
Who was the last person out of your classroom that day?
I was the last person out. By that time, I was out of strength, and it was my turn to climb out. And the officer kept saying, "Come on, get out, get out." And I told him, "I can't. I'm shot. I can't climb." And then they called another officer, jumped in, and between two officers, they helped me out the window. And I just remember hearing them telling me.
Hey guys, we have 93 people watching that I can see right now. If you could please just take your thumb and hit the thumbs up button, that helps put this video out there so that more parents and teachers alike can watch this. Thank you.
My students just run. But I didn't know, where they were running, where they were going. Two officers walked me out, and they kept yelling for a stretcher, but nobody came, and they just had to walk me all around the building to get to the fence, to get to the ambulance.
Now, I want you to explain to the jury, while you were laying there, what was your worst fear? You talked about that you were thinking about confronting, how would you confront the gunman? What was your worst fear?
My worst fear is I was there, like I said, I was trying to hold in the pain. I was in so much pain towards the end there. My body was going into shock because my legs were already starting to shake. My whole body was starting to shake, and I kept praying, God, please don't let me die in front of my street. And I wanted to see that to be the best thing myself. And it was so hard because I couldn't. They kept telling me this, radio ahead. I couldn't answer them. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't comfort them. And I didn't want them to see me die there in front of them.
Your fear was that you would die in front of them.
Yes.
Thinking about that day, what are your thoughts about those students?
I was very, very proud of them because they did everything they were supposed to do. They followed their training. They did everything just as they were supposed to do. They stayed down. They stayed quiet. They took care of each other. They tried to take care of me. And like I said, they followed their training. They did what they were supposed to do.
Now, Ms. Avila, are you still teaching today?
Yes. When all this happened, I retired because at that time I could not see myself back in a classroom. I could not even stand inside a school building. I would get panic attacks, and I had to retire because I just could not see myself back in a classroom.
So why are you teaching?
Well, I went through counseling, through PTSD therapy, and as I got better, medication, I got better. I missed it so much. I missed the teaching. So this year is my first year back. I was so happy to be back in the classroom. I love my students. We have a lot of fun. And so, thank God that I'm back in the classroom.
As a witness.
Want to do some time? One more time?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Before.
Yes.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Well, let me just say this. Any child that has the blessing of being under your tutelage is blessed. There's no doubt about that. I think we all can see that you're an amazing teacher and a wonderful person. Congratulations on coming back to teaching. Sounds like it's a passion of yours. My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian. Okay. Do you know what part of the trial this is? This is called cross-examination. Have you ever testified before?
No.
Okay. So you answered questions for the government. We get opportunities to ask you questions. I promise you I'm not going to be mean, and I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm just going to ask you some perspective questions, okay?
Sure.
If at any time you don't understand my question, just say, Nico, and you can call me Nico, please. Nico, can you repeat that? Or whatever you want, just stop me and ask me to rephrase it, okay? And just for the court reporter, we have to say words like yes, no, just because she's typing it down. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So I guess we can start with like a Raptor system. I know that the jury's heard it a number of times about the Raptor system. But is it fair to say, I think we've heard testimony that the Raptor system, no one got notifications on the Raptor system to this incident, right? Or do you recall?
But I don't recall. I mean, I was holding my phone, but I don't recall the Raptor system going off. on my phone. I don't know about everybody else.
And was the Raptor system kind of something new that the school was trying out?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So it wasn't really refined yet, and teachers weren't using it as much as probably they intended it to. Is that a fair statement?
Well, it was only for in case of an emergency, so we really hadn't had any emergencies, so we had to.
Okay. You didn't have emergencies, but there were quite a number of bailouts in that season of the school, right?
Yes.
And then the jury's heard this. Bailouts are where someone here, allegedly here illegally, is trying to get away from police. They ditch their car, they bail out of their car, and they're running, correct?
Correct.
Now, whenever the school did have bailouts, it was in relation to, whenever the school did have lockdowns, it was in relation to bailouts. Is that fair?
Yes.
How many bailouts did you recall, do you remember during that season of schooling, that last quarter?
We had many. I can't recall a certain amount, but we did have very frequent ones. Yes.
Very frequent bailouts. So the lockdowns were in relation to that, right?
The ones we had so far, yes.
And there's a difference. There's a difference between a lockdown, and I want to use the right term, and a secure in place.
Correct.
Will you describe to the jury what the difference? We know what a lockdown is, but what is secure in place?
A secure in place is there is some kind of situation that we don't want anyone to be involved in going on in the campus, but it is not like an imminent threat. It's just we don't want anyone around. It could be a medical emergency. It could be there's a stray dog. It could be it could be a number of things. And so everyone remains in their classroom. We lock the doors, but it's business as usual. We continue teaching. It's just no one in or out your classroom. So you're secure inside your classroom.
Right. It kind of, it speaks for itself, secure in place.
Mm-hmm.
And so the lockdown and secure in place, the only two things they had in common was lock the doors. Right?
Yes.
Because on the lockdown, there's hiding, there's lights off, there's
Yes.
huddling in a corner, there's curtains, maybe. But on a secure in place, it's just lock the door and then you keep teaching.
Correct.
But no one goes to the bathroom, right?
Correct. No one
Right,
in and out.
you stay there.
Mhm.
And so the critical part of both of those is to make sure those doors are locked.
Correct.
Was the intercom used at all?
During the lockdown, during the bailouts, we use the intercom. Yes.
Now I think we've heard from you and then from other teachers that an individual teacher could initiate a lockdown of their own classroom whenever they felt they needed to, correct?
Repeat the question.
Yes, ma'am. You didn't have to wait for the principal to tell you lock down. You can make that call yourself. For your class.
For my class.
Yes, ma'am.
I never did.
You never what?
I never did that. So I'm trying to think.
Well, maybe it's a bad question. Actually, you testified to the jury. You did a lockdown. You heard something. You sensed danger. You didn't wait for the principal. You didn't wait for the intercom. You didn't wait for Raptor. You did the right thing, and you said lockdown, and you told the kids to hide, and you turned off the lights. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned it, but I don't think you said it. You actually locked your door.
My door was always locked.
Okay, and that's so even without a lockdown, you always had a locked door.
My door was always locked. Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because it was our policy to have the locked doors because of the bailouts and all that. I mean, for security, we were supposed to have our doors locked.
Okay, so let's talk about that briefly. So aside from a lockdown, the doors are supposed to, school policy, the doors are always supposed to be locked.
Correct.
So when you come in the morning, you set up class, and your doors are locked. If a child has to go to the bathroom, would you go open the door for them, or were their kids designated to open doors for each other when they went to the restroom?
The doors can be open from the inside, so I didn't have to open it for them, and they could go out. But to come in, yes, my students knew. I had designated the students that were closest to the door. They were designated. They knew that they would open the door for the students going to the restroom.
And that was, through your experience, it seemed like a very simple and practical way to handle the inconvenience of having to stop class and opening the door.
Yes.
Any teacher could have done that. That sounds like you took initiative and you did that on your own. Like
That's what I did in my classroom. I don't know what others did, but in my classroom, that's what I did.
But there's nothing that would have stopped other teachers from doing the same policy.
I cannot speak for other teachers. I mean, that's what I did in my classroom.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. And so when it came to the incident, now we'll direct your attention to this horrible incident. One second, ma'am. I'm sorry. You mentioned the threats, the perceived threats from bailouts. What did you perceive as a potential threat from a bailout?
That the person that was trying to run away, would go into our school and, try to barricade in our school, or something, an unauthorized person entering our school.
And so you understand about what a barricade is, right?
Well, somebody hiding inside our building.
Yes, ma'am. And could one of the potential threats be hostages as well? If someone's trying to get away to get into school and they'll maybe use you or a student as a hostage to get away?
That could be a threat, yes.
So now I want to bring your attention to May 24th. So you described the award ceremony and you described what you were thinking and what was going on and the nature of the classroom and what you guys were doing with the STEM project. But when you said that one of the students alerted you of some type of danger, do you know now how did she see that if she was in line? Did she look out a window? Did she hear something?
Yes, our door has a window, so she was looking out the window. Yes.
So she was earlier in line, and so she was looking out the window, getting ready to go out of your classroom, not the building, right?
In my classroom, yes.
Okay. So as you get out of may I first the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Stand behind you, okay? And so your classroom was 109?
109.
Yes, ma'am. So you're right here. So you're saying that the children they were in line this way,
Yes.
and so this young child was looking out this window.
Yes.
Did you know what she was seeing?
She said she saw Miss Denning's class running in the building.
And Miss Denning's class is where? What?
Miss Denning's class is room 104.
Okay,
So she's told me they were coming in and they were running to Miss Denning's class.
that makes more sense now. So you're saying that she's looking out, ready to go, and then they're running in, they're
They're
piling
running
in. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And then so you took the initiative to look out the door to see what was going on, and that's when you heard a female voice, get back in your classroom. Do you know now that was probably Amy Moline?
Yes.
And so she was yelling down the halls to get down to the classroom. You could hear her. You understood what she was saying.
Yes.
And so then you didn't even have to take it another step to lock the door because you have a policy in your classroom. That door is always locked.
Yes.
So you focused on the children.
Yes.
And do you know now that the bullet that unfortunately hit you was shot from the outside going through the classroom across from you?
I'm gonna object, cause for speculation.
If she knows, Judge. I said if you know.
No.
You know, you can answer that.
No, I didn't know that.
Fair enough. But the shooter never got to your classroom down the hallway. Did you saw?
I never saw him.
They did go into the lockdown.
At some point you said that you heard footsteps and yelling in the hallway. You now know that officers from the south door rushed into the building.
I'm gonna object, cause for speculation. I don't think he's like a predicate for these questions.
Well, the predicate is you know now. And if she doesn't know, she doesn't know, Judge.
Okay, ma'am, just tell me if you know or not, then move on.
Yes.
You do know that officers came into the building.
Yes.
And early on in the process, earlier on. I'm not talking throughout the whole incident where there was 376 officers there. I'm talking about early on, a number of officers came in to that side, the south entrance. Do you not know that?
Now do I know
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
After the fact, yes.
But I'm just trying to correlate it, that those are the footsteps maybe that you were hearing in the talking, the yelling back and forth. That's all. I'm correlating it to that.
I don't know. I just heard noises. I don't know where they came from.
Yes, ma'am.
By shrapnel, or not, she got shot through the windows, I believe.
At some point in this incident, you heard someone talking to the shooter in a room.
Correct.
And you heard them asking that individual, that boy is talking to the shooter, talk to us, and telling him that we don't want anyone else to get hurt. They were trying to get him to get out.
Correct.
And so from your experience, you know, that was what they perceived or what you perceived as a barricaded person.
I heard a voice saying, you know, sir, we need you to stop. We don't want anyone else to get hurt. That's what I heard.
And do you know, are you aware of the policy of the doors to the building to even enter the fourth grade building, whether they should be locked at all times?
I'm gonna object, that's been asked and answered.
Not from this witness, Judge.
She said, talk about policy already.
To her classroom door, Judge. not the building.
Overruled objection. Restate the question, please.
Yes, sir. Are you aware of the policy from the school to have the external doors, the building doors locked as well?
Correct.
And you say correct, meaning that those external doors by school policy are supposed to be locked as well?
The outside doors.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Guys, I have
The teachers have keys to the doors, but
Yes.
the general public is not supposed to be able to walk into those buildings.
Correct.
Ms. Alvin, thank you for your testimony. I'm very sorry that you went through this incident. God bless you.
Yes, ma'am. With regard to your door to your classroom, you said it was always locked, but did you have to lock it from the inside or the outside?
From the outside.
And in order to get it locked, did you have to slam it, or would it just shut on its own and lock?
No, we had to slam it. Even the students already knew you had to slam it because sometimes the lock wouldn't catch. Even though it was locked, if you didn't slam it, the lock just wouldn't catch. So they knew to slam it every time we closed it.
And you slammed it that day?
Yes.
As a witness?
No further questions, Judge.
Recall? Anybody?
No, Your Honor.
Recall, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you are excused, released from the subpoena. However, the rule's been invoked in the case, so I would ask you not to discuss the case with anyone until you're aware the trial is over. Thank you very much. Your next witness, please.
State calls Aaron Robin.
Do you want to continue with this, or do you want to go to some body cam?
Comment in
the chat.
Just got to sit over here and adjust that microphone, make it comfortable for you. The state will proceed when they're ready.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Aaron Robin.
And Ms. Robin, where are you currently employed?
At Dalton Elementary with the district.
And what is your current job position?
I'm the programs facilitator at Dalton.
And how long have you been employed with the Uvalde Independent School District?
This is my 13th year.
In May of 2022.
I want to
where were
watch
you
hers. I want to watch.
At Robb
She did
Elementary, I was a
good
second grade
job.
teacher.
Hold on.
And how long had you been working at Robb Elementary?
That was our first year at Robb.
And what grades were you teaching?
Just second grade.
Okay. And did you begin the 2021-2022 school year at Robb?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the jury what the Raptor system was as you understood it?
I understood it as
I thought she
a
did
way
really
to let all staff or faculty that are on the campus know of any kind of emergencies or anything like that.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of what a lockdown is?
A lockdown is when the procedures are simple, like lights, locks, out of sight. We usually have one drill, maybe two, the whole school year. That's an actual lockdown. We'll have monthly drills, but they're not always a lockdown drill. Usually at the beginning of the year, we go over what to do, and it's just lock the door, make sure the door's locked, turn the lights out, and hide.
And who provides this training?
The principals.
And what about the students, the children? Who trains them?
The teachers.
Okay. And you said what the training was, but can you tell the jury specifically and for the record, what are the students trained to do?
So when I train my students, we kind of have a very calm discussion beforehand, kind of prepping them of like when we would have this scenario, when we would do a lockdown. You know, I always tell them like there might be a threat on campus. There might be somebody, you know, that's not supposed to be on campus. It could be an angry parent, you know, things like that that aren't like scary. And I always told them, you know, look around the room, find somewhere that if somebody looked inside the window, they wouldn't be able to see you. And we kind of talk about just like hiding.
Okay. Now, with regard to the training as to a lockdown, what are you expected to do as to the termination of the lockdown? How does it end?
Will you repeat that?
Well, while you're in the lockdown, what are you waiting for?
We're waiting for an announcement to be made that the lockdown is over,
Okay.
and that all is clear.
Okay. And that's if it's a drill.
Yes, ma'am.
And if it's not a drill?
Wait for instructions somehow.
Now I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What were your hours that day?
7:30 to 4.
And may I press the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is it pointed there, Ms. Albany?
Uh-huh.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Can you explain to the jury where your classroom was on this map?
So my classroom is right here on this wing, and it is next to the restrooms. This concrete piece right here are water fountains, and my classroom is right here between the bathrooms. There's a boys' bathroom and a girls' bathroom, and then my classroom sits right here, and then there's 2 more.
And for the record, you're pointing down to the 4th building south, which would be the D wing. Is that what you said?
Yes, if this is A.
A, C, D. That's the 4th wing down going south. And you already pointed out what the bathroom is, and the bathrooms are on the south and further south on that wing. Is that right?
They're right here, yes.
Okay. We just need to make a record.
Okay.
Now, is this part of the campus, this eastern part of the campus, is that known as the old part of Robb Elementary?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this area right here?
That would be considered the new building.
And is that where the 4th graders were housed?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a 4th grade wing.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you walk into your classroom, can you explain to the jury what you see once you walk into your classroom?
In my particular classroom, when you walked in, the door is all the way to the right-hand side of the classroom. So you have an entire wall. Then there's cabinets along another wall. And then the opposite wall from the door is their windows. And they're like midway all the way up to the ceiling windows. And they're the whole wall. And then the other wall is like the whiteboard.
And did you have curtains or blinds?
I had blinds.
Now, did you keep these blinds open or closed?
I mostly kept them closed. They were closed.
Did your classroom adjoin another classroom?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on May 24th of 2022, was there anything going on special that day?
We had award ceremonies that morning.
What time were your award ceremonies?
I don't recall exactly what time, but I know that they were one of the first ones because the 2nd graders went first.
And what did you and your students do after the award ceremony?
We went back to our classroom. I don't recall exactly what activities we did, but we stayed in our classroom until lunchtime.
And what was the normal schedule for picking up your kids after lunch?
At the time of pickup, it's all set in stone in the schedule. You pick them up in the grassy area near the playground.
Okay. May I pinch again?
Yes.
Now, your students were 2nd graders.
Yes, ma'am.
So where was, if you point to the board for the jury, where was their recess area?
So we had recess on this playground.
Okay. Now, you were supposed to explain to the jury what you were supposed to do with regard to your children around lunchtime.
The students were lined up in lines in this little grassy area between the buildings. And this is just where the duty people had them lined up, and that's where you picked them up.
So they had been a little further south of that area, but then they were supposed to be lined up.
Yes, they play here, and then we line up here.
And what is your responsibility after they're lined up?
To walk them to our classroom.
And what time was that for that day?
I was about 5 minutes late picking them up that day. I was making copies during my lunchtime, and I had a jam in the copier, and it took me a little while to get that ready and unjammed before I left the copier. So I was late picking them up.
Now, when you pick up your students, what way do you walk?
We walk on the sidewalk, down the sidewalk, and then down our wing.
So that goes south, is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And did you do that this day? Did you pick them up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then after you picked them up, what happened?
We always stop for a restroom break. And so I had a student holding our classroom door open, and I was standing in front of the bathrooms, and I was just monitoring the kids going to the restrooms.
Now, can you stand up and just kind of show the jury how you were standing so we can understand that?
I'm just standing.
Okay. Did you have the door popped open or anything?
The student was holding the door open.
Okay. Now,
You just
what
listening?
area were you facing when you were standing in front of the bathroom door?
I was facing the 4th grade building, I guess, that area. the para that watches the kids was walking down that sidewalk.
So I'm gonna stop you there. When you say
Okay.
para, what does that mean?
She is the PE like paraprofessional. She's like an assistant.
Okay. Now I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit number 1, so I don't have to keep going up there.
Sure.
And I think we have a pointer up there for you so that you can point. I want the jury to understand where you were coming from. So
Okay.
if not, I'll get it. Let me get the easel. I'm sorry. Okay, Ms. Robin, if you can you point on the board and show the jury where you were walking down? How did you head to pick up the kids?
I picked them up here, and we walked down the
Here, I'll make
sidewalk.
this bigger.
And then there's a sidewalk right here in front of our building, and we walked down on this side.
And you were facing the 4th grade building at this point.
Yes, walking this direction.
Let me return to my seat. When you were standing there facing the 4th grade building, you said you saw a
Yes.
paraprofessional, which is a teacher's aide, so to
Yes,
speak. And what did you see her doing?
She was walking normally, and she got. Do you want me to point to the sidewalk where she
Yes.
was? She was walking down this sidewalk to the PE pavilion because there was like a next PE class. She got about right here. She turned around and ran back towards me.
And what did she, did you see the look on her face, or could you see her?
Yes, she was very panicked looking, scared, and she got to me and she said, "There's a man with a gun." I was surprised as well, and it kind of took me by surprise, and I like, "What?" And she repeated it, "There's a man with a gun. I heard it on my walkie." She carries just like one of our school walkies.
You mean walkie-talkie?
Yes, a walkie-talkie. Yes, ma'am.
Now, you're saying it very calm today, but was she telling you that in a calm voice?
No,
Explain to the jury her tone.
just frantic, panicked.
What else did she say to you?
There's a man with a gun.
Did she tell you to go on lockdown?
No.
Okay.
No, she said to get inside.
Okay.
I told her, I said, I have children in the bathroom. I have students in the bathroom. And she said, I'll help you. And I went in and got one student. She went into the girls and got the other student. And we all went, my students and I went into our classroom, and she went further down the sidewalk. And I'm not really sure where she ended up for the lockdown.
Okay. Now, at this point, all you know is that she said that there's a man with a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And so you immediately go into your training.
Correct.
Okay. So once you got all your students into your classroom, what did you do?
I made sure that the door was shut and locked. I removed the magnet from the door frame. We were issued these magnet strips that kept the door unlocked, essentially. I pulled the strip.
Bingo.
My door locked. And I stood there for a second, just kind of thinking of like, what do I do next? And trying to remember my training. And I heard 2 pops. I knew that they were gunshots. One of my students looked at me and his eyes were so big, and he said, "Miss Robin, was that a gunshot?" And I just looked at him and said, "I'm not sure. I don't know." Just trying to not panic them.
So let's just kind of clarify your door. Was your door locked or unlocked at this time?
My door was locked.
Okay. And was that a practice of yours to keep it locked?
Yes, ma'am. I kept my door locked this year because we were exposed to the outside. At my previous school, we were inside the building, and so I didn't keep it as locked as I probably should have.
And you described a magnet. Why did you have a magnet on the door on this particular day?
It was like that every day.
And why is that?
Because kids go in and out to the bathroom all day long, or people, counselors, whomever need to come in.
Okay. Yeah, but you pulled the magnet and
I did, and it was locked.
Okay. Now, after the child said, "Is that a gunshot?" Did you hear any more pops?
I don't remember.
Do you need me to mute this?
Did you receive a raptor alert that day?
I did.
Do you remember the time of that?
I believe it was 11:34.
Okay. But by the time you got the raptor, you were already on lockdown?
Yes, ma'am, in my classroom.
Okay. Now, what were you doing in the classroom while you were on lockdown? Could you describe to the jury what your actions were?
Once we heard the gunshots, I told my kids, let's get over here to this corner. I chose the corner of the room that the door was on. It's a concrete center block wall, and the other wall is the cabinets. There's a table over there, so we got underneath the table. Most of us all fit under the table. I sat down beside them and just kind of scanned the room.
You moved over?
I did. I moved some furniture over. While I was sitting there next to my students, I kind of scanned the room and I kept looking at the windows, and that was kind of the direction of the gunfire, or the sounds we could hear. And so I thought to myself, I'm going to die today. I felt like a sitting duck, just waiting to die. Sorry.
Did you rearrange the furniture to make like a cover for the children?
Yes. So we have these little square wooden desks, and I started flipping them over, and I put them over their side, and I made like a wall, and I stacked a desk on top of the other, so I had 4, and I kind of crouched behind those, and I could see the door between the 2 cracks. I could see the window of the door. And we just sat there waiting.
Did you keep your eyes on the door?
I did.
And can you explain to the jury why that was?
While I was sitting there, my students complied with everything that I told them. They were very quiet. I did have some students crying. Sorry. So then, while we were sitting there, they were very quiet, and I heard something outside my room, like a voice. It was either like a shouting, yelling, something. And I thought, oh, what is that? Who is that?
So what did you do then?
I got on my hands and knees, and I crawled to the window at the door. And I stayed on my knees, and I looked out the window. And when I peered out the window,
what area were you looking? When you looked out the window, can you point to the jury and tell the jury what area you were looking towards?
I was looking at this direction.
And for the record, you're pointing to the south end of the 4th grade building. That's the area you were looking towards.
Yes, right here.
And once you looked out the window, what did you see? Explain that to the jury.
I saw a white police vehicle. It was a car.
Do you remember if it was a police vehicle for the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes, ma'am. I know it was a school vehicle because it was just plain white.
Okay. And approximately where was that vehicle parked? Where did you see it?
It was perfect.
Okay. And did you see a police officer with the vehicle?
I did.
And what did you see the police officer doing?
I saw him go from like the driver's side around the front to the passenger side. The door was open. I don't remember if he was looking in the car for something or if he was using like on top of the car, using it as like a shield, I guess.
Okay. And what else did you see the police officer doing?
Just kind of moving around.
The car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, was he saying anything?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. You didn't hear him yelling anything?
No, not while I was looking out the window.
Now, Ms. Robin, once you saw, let me back up, did you recognize the police officer?
No, ma'am.
Once you saw the police officer, can you tell the jury what your thoughts were at this time?
My first thought was, the good guys are here. The police are here. We're going to be okay. They're here. They responded.
Now, after you saw the police officer through the window, what did you do?
I got back on my hands and knees, and I crawled back to my students, and I sat with them, and I told them, it's going to be okay. The police are here. I still sat there continuing to monitor through the crack between the 2 desks that I could see the window.
Now, what was your initial thought process regarding where you had put the students?
Letting me know.
I just want to clarify, where did you have the students along what wall?
Along the center block wall.
And did you question that decision of yours at some point?
Exactly.
As to whether or not they would be safe there?
Yes, and then I thought I need desks, I need more. So I moved more items closer to us.
Okay. Now, were you eventually evacuated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how were you evacuated?
We sat there for a while. I continued to look through the crack of the desk, and eventually a man stuck his face into the window of our classroom. And at the time he said, "I'm officer," and then I don't know what he said. I don't know if he said his name and then like who he was with, or I don't know. He identified himself as "I'm officer," and that's all I remember. And then he left. And so I got up from where I was sitting with the kids, and I went to the door. And when I looked out the window, I could see another officer that was like a cross in the grass, wearing a vest, and he had a gun. And I also saw another officer, and then I could see him going down to the other classrooms.
Was this time that you saw these officers, was it a considerable amount of time after you saw that initial police officer with the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can you tell the jury how you got your students out of that classroom?
The officer did come back to the door. And so I went ahead and cracked open the door, and he came to the door, and he said, "I'm officer so-and-so with whatever agency." He said, "Prepare your students to evacuate." And I said, "Okay." So I'm just thinking back to, again, like our training, and, I'm thinking we just need to make sure we stay together. I went back to I closed the door, went back to my students. I crouched down and I said, "Guys, we're going to be okay. We're going to evacuate. We're leaving." I said, "Hold each other's hands and don't let go." And they did. They did exactly what I told them.
Did you explain to them that they were going to see a bunch of police officers?
I did. I said, "There's some people outside. They have guns." I said, "It's okay. They're the good ones."
And at that point, y'all were evacuated?
Yes, ma'am.
And in thinking about that day, Ms. Robin, what are your thoughts about your students that day?
They just did such a good job. They were such good listeners, and they followed me, and they did exactly what I said. I'm just glad that we made it out.
And just to clarify, Ms. Robin, you were still a teacher.
When I was a teacher, that's what we had keys for.
Yes,
That's the witness.
Like even with our subs. I started out as a sub.
Do you need a moment, Ms. Robin? Yes, ma'am.
I did it for a very short time. That's why I don't talk about it.
Thank you for coming in and testifying. And it's apparent it's very difficult for you and many other witnesses, so I think we all appreciate that. My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian, okay? You've never testified before, I'm assuming? Okay, so this is cross-examination. I've been explaining that to each witness. I'm not gonna go at you. There's no trick questions. There's no gotcha moments. I'm just gonna ask questions to bring context and clarity. And the reason why is because this was a stressful situation to you, obviously, right? Mm-hmm. And just for the record, you have to say a word, yes or no.
Yes.
It's okay for the court reporter. And so the reason we ask is because we're asking people something and kind of reminding them of what they said they did previously. So just for the jury's notice, you've said this, your experience to other people before, right?
Yes, sir.
And you I think interviewed with the Texas Rangers.
Yes, sir.
And you've also spoken with the government.
Yes, sir.
And have you spoken any other times before those two? Aside from those two?
Not publicly.
Right.
Maybe to my therapist.
Yes, ma'am. But you and I have never spoken.
No, sir.
Or you've never spoken to anybody on the defense side?
No, sir.
So I want to talk about these drills. I think that the government opened up asking you questions about the lockdown drills. Mm-hmm. And if I heard you correctly, and it seems consistent, that there was only one or two drills the whole year.
Yes.
It sounds to me like you felt there should have been more.
That's why you have keys for Bob's name.
Do you still work for the Uvalde Independent School District?
I feel like the school district is liable.
If you don't want to answer that question, you don't have to. I'll move on.
Okay.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so, and it also sounds like you prepared your students yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's some general, however many times a year, there's some general information shared with teachers, but then it sounds like each individual teacher, and you did a wonderful job of taking responsibility and you preparing your students yourself.
Sir, yes,
Because you're with your students every day.
yes,
And so, and it also sounds like you explained some practical things to them as well.
yes, sir.
You said something, and I want to make sure we can get a feel for why you said it. You said you felt like you were a sitting duck out there.
Yes.
Is that because you were in a separate wing outside of a building, or is it because the school did not have a designated police officer full time?
I felt like a sitting duck because of my room, of the wall of glass.
Okay, so we know that you're in the wing. You're in the D wing, D for Delta, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so A, B, C, D, E. You're a D, and you're in room 16.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you just felt because you were kind of winged out, you weren't within the confines of a building, felt like a sitting duck.
Correct.
But I guess the second part of my earlier question was, it's also a fact that Robb Elementary, unfortunately, did not have a full-time officer assigned to it. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And so the high school had a full-time officer, but not the elementary school.
Yes.
I also want to bring your attention to the I guess the magnet systems that the school approved. I believe you testified to this jury that these magnets they were used every day.
I used mine every day.
And that was allowed by the school?
Yes.
And I believe you said they were issued by the school.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the school issues these magnets. Is it because that the school, and I'm not bragging on the school, they just didn't have the resources to do like a key fob for the teachers and install that?
Correct.
Have you worked at other schools where they had that, where it was easy access through some type of security mechanism that way?
Yes.
Okay. But Robb Elementary didn't have that.
No, sir.
Okay. So there seemed like the school district had to adjust with the teachers. And from a practical standpoint, these magnets were used, but you testified that you could easily remove the magnet and it would automatically lock.
Yes.
So there's a latch in these doors. And so the magnet would stop the latch from catching on the frame.
That's right.
Am I using my hands properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so then on the inside, when you open it, the catch would come up and you open out and it would come back. It would automatically lock on its own.
Right.
And the magnet would be inserted between, and they use terms like it would defeat the lock, meaning that it would allow it to be open and closing as you want.
Yes.
Okay. And was it was obviously approved and issued by the school, so most teachers use that procedure.
I'm not sure.
Okay, but they were issued by the school.
They were.
So the school approved this.
Yes.
You were not violating the policy.
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. So the policy was to keep the doors locked. Your door was locked, but there was this magnet used just to make it
Yes.
easy access. Okay. Now, to bring your attention back to the incident, and when you got your children out of the bathroom and into your classroom, you didn't have to lock the door because your door was always locked.
Yes, sir.
You just removed that magnet.
Yes, sir.
Got it. And then you made a strategic decision to go to a certain corner of the room. Now, the government asked you on whether you second guessed that decision. Was that the corner that you'd always practiced on those 1 or 2 times a year drill?
Yes.
But yet at this time, once it was actually happening, you questioned on whether that was the best corner?
I questioned whether I needed to have more cover.
Cover meaning something that would stop a potential projectile.
Yes.
In your mind, what would that have been?
Well, I used a desk.
Okay.
I also rolled a book cart closer to some children because we didn't all fit within that, underneath the table, within the corner.
Now, and it sounds like it's these windows that really gave you angst, right?
Yes.
It's those windows that were just exposed to you. Did you ever voice that concern to administration?
No.
No, okay. Now, I want to direct your attention now to when you were in the corner with the children, sitting with them, and then when you crawled up because you heard some noises. You ended up crawling to the window and you peeked out and you saw what you believe was an officer.
Yes.
And you said that officer was moved around the vehicle and it appeared to you was using that vehicle for cover.
Yes.
Okay. But also you said it appeared to be some communication or yelling with somebody else in the officer's presence or around him.
I'm not sure.
Okay. But the officer was yelling or talking to somebody. You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Fair enough. But is it fair to say that officer was between you and the shooting that was happening on the other side of him?
Yes.
And do you now know that there was other officers on that side that did not drive in like this officer did into the danger? You did not know that?
No.
If there were other officers that stayed on the outside, that would be a distinction in your mind between those officers that stayed away at the corner and this officer, whoever it was. Well, you know it's Adrian now, right?
Yes.
Adrian driving in close to, in between your building and then the 4th grade building, right?
I'm going to object to speculation. She already said she didn't know there was other officers there, so at this point, it's
I
speculating.
gave her a hypothetical. Judge, I said, if you know, give it a opinion.
You can answer if you know, man.
I'm not sure.
Okay, but let's talk about
Really
this
bad.
officer. This officer for sure, regardless if there was other officers out there. This officer drove in to the campus close to the 4th grade building and in between you and that 4th grade building.
Yes.
And from your position, it doesn't sound like when you testified a short time ago that you remember a lot of gunfire sounds.
The initial ones, yes. We did hear several more once we were in the corner, but it wasn't a lot.
And you know that stress can affect people differently.
Of course.
Right? There's tunnel vision.
Right.
Right? There's perception distortion.
Right.
And there's something called, have you ever heard of auditory exclusion?
Yes.
Right, which things kind of, and it sounds like maybe that was happening, understandably, a little bit to you. You're a blessing to your profession, man. Thank you for answering my questions. Best of luck.
No more questions, Your Honor.
That's what I like. I like you.
Excuse, Ms. Lillard?
Oh, yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yes,
Body cam.
You're released from the subpoena, ma'am, and you're free to go. Thank you for being here. We would ask, because the rule's been invoked, that you not discuss the case with anybody until you're aware of the trial is over with. Thank you very much.
Oh, wait, guys.
All right,
this
ladies and
is
gentlemen, let me go
bad.
do your morning.
That ends up going in. Do you want to watch that? The body cam's exactly what I showed you before. It's like it's a whole lot of nothing. I'm going to play this until I hear back from you guys. But it's up to you. Why isn't it? Do you guys hear it?
How big is your shift?
There we go.
12 hours, 10 to 12.
And how many men do you have working with you?
Any given time, it could be 4 or 5.
And I'll direct your attention then, if we could, go to May 24, 2022. Recall that day?
Yes, sir.
Were you on duty that day?
I was off duty.
And around 11:30, what were you doing?
I had just finished up a run. I was on the way to the gym in my patrol unit. They let us take it off duty.
What do you mean by I just finished up a run?
Yeah, I just ran. I was on the way to the gym. It was my day off. But I had my patrol unit. They let us take it to the gym. They don't pay you to work out, but they let you do it on your time off.
So on your time off, you were doing running. I mean, just jogging. Is that
I had done a couple miles and I was on the way to the gym.
Love you, Buff.
Yes.
okay? And did something keep you from getting to the gym?
I got a text message. There's a group message with it's the sheriff, the chief, the deputies. And that's when I heard about an active shooter at, well, he said a school. I didn't know what school yet. So I turned around.
You heard an active shooter and you turned around?
Yes, sir.
Where did you point your vehicle?
I was going westbound on 57 towards La Pryor. I turned eastbound, headed towards Batesville to take 117 towards Uvalde.
So the active shooter, you knew it was in Uvalde?
Yes, sir.
And is that your jurisdiction?
No.
Is it your county?
No.
And yet you went?
Yes.
And how long did it take you to get there?
I think I stepped into the building at 11:50 something. I'm not 100% sure. 20 minutes or less, maybe?
Okay. And on your way there, did you drive the speed limit?
No. No.
Tell us how you got there.
As fast as that truck would go. I just quick.
As fast as you could go, you got there.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got there, where did you stop?
I stopped at a parking lot. I don't know if it's the northeast, to the right of a cafeteria, to get my rifle and put on a vest that I had.
Okay. May I approach your honor? Yes, sir. There's a pointer right there in front of you. Take you a second to look at Geraldine Street, Rose Street, and Robb Elementary. Okay.
So this would be the cafeteria?
There's people right here on the end. If you just scoot that way just a touch, I'll scoot it over.
Okay. If this is going to be the cafeteria, there's a little pickup area here. I parked around this area. There should be a parking lot or something. I don't know if it's in view, but there's going to be around this area up here.
Just out of view by the cafeteria, there was a parking area, and that's where you parked.
Yes, sir.
And that's on that far bottom corner to the right, far right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. How were you dressed on the way over there?
I had I'm sorry. I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt and running shoes.
Okay. And so is that the same way you were dressed by the time you got there?
Yes. Minus I put on a vest that I had on the seat.
So when you got there, you put on a vest. Tell us about the vest.
It's just bulletproof. I'm not sure if it's what the rating is, but it's all I had, so I just put it on. It's a black vest. Yes, sir. It said sheriff on it.
So you don't know if it was rated for guns or for handguns or for?
Not at the time, no.
That's what you had, so that's what you put on.
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything else with you? Besides the
No, that was it. Phone, everything stayed in the truck. No body cam, nothing.
How about helmets?
No helmet.
Any weapons?
I had an AR rifle with I loaded maybe 12, 13 rounds in there.
And did you take that with you?
Yes, sir.
What did you do?
I see some parents, I believe those parents approaching from the right into the parking lot. There's 2 BP agents. Looks like they're taking cover. They have their rifles out. So as I see the parents approaching, I load real quick, get out. Then I ask where the shooter's at. He looks a little confused, but points somewhat in the direction of the main building he was at. So I run towards the cafeteria. I know there's a gate there. I picked my kid up there. I know the school. I just didn't know the name at the time.
Let me stop there for a second. You said you picked your kid up there?
Yeah, I picked my daughter up.
Every dad.
Right there on the side of the cafeteria, there's a little driveway you pick up the kid. So I picked her up there before I know where the main office is at. And the cafeteria. Other than that, I just know that location.
So was she going to school there that day?
Yes.
Okay. So then what happened?
So I know there's a gate right there in the cafeteria, so I make my way to the gate. There's a school. I think it was a school officer coming out. I think it was Mike Hernandez. He has something in his hand. He's walking away and ask him where the shooter's at. And same thing, he looks kind of confused, points. So I go past him. There's a parallel buildings after the cafeteria. Behind it, you have those parallel buildings in the main building. So I run in between those buildings. I don't know if it was county or those 2 officers. Same thing. I ask where the shooter's at, and they point towards the main building. Like I don't know the direction.
I think we're all in agreement. The wrong.
They say, "Be careful, he's shooting out of the window." So I make my way past that.
Every time this guy's face, the defendant's face comes up, I get this knot in my stomach, y'all. It may be because we're watching it in live real time and we don't know the result, unlike, my coverage of the Casey Anthony and the Jodi Arias trial, where we knew what was going to happen. And we had that, assurance. But this, I don't like the way that I feel. I thought the state had a lot more.
And then next thing I know, I'm in the building. I don't remember if there was somebody at the door or not. And from there, I just remember linking up with Gonzales and whatever officers were there pointing their barrels down the hall.
Okay. Now, approach again, Your Honor, to show. You'll show us the path that you took from your vehicle to get to the building that you're talking about.
So I was parked here. I made my way over here toward the gate. This is where I ran into the other officer. Ran through here. Those 2 officers, I believe, right here. Then I made my way into the building right here. These are the windows they were talking about. He was shooting out of.
Where were the officers when they told you to be careful, he's shooting out the windows?
Somewhere right around here.
And did they point to the windows they were talking about?
Yes, it was going to be these windows here.
Okay. So when you found out that he was shooting, did that stop you from going forward?
No, I just ran quicker.
You did what?
I just ran faster to get in there.
To get in there?
Yes.
When you found out he was shooting?
Yes.
And where did you go?
I made entry to this doorway right here, and that's where I can't remember what happened between here, and I linked up with those officers. I can't remember if someone was at the door either.
Okay. But you got to the main hallway?
Yes, sir.
And then you say you linked up with other officers?
Yes.
Tell us what that
means. So when I get there, I made contact with Lieutenant, I believe it was Lieutenant Adrian Gonzales, and they're just briefing me on the situation. They're telling me which classroom they think the shooter's at. I remember them describing the chair. They point, they're like, where the chair's at. At some point, I asked if they wanted to make entry, and they say something about a negotiator and a shield. He explains that they got fired at as they approached the door.
And so what did you do when you found out that the police officers had been fired at?
I was just,
Make sure to give this.
there wasn't really much I could do. Whatever they needed, I just joined in on whatever they were doing.
So what did you do? What did you join in on?
On the hallway, I just stood left of, I believe it was Adrian Gonzales. I just stood left of him, pointing my rifle there, waiting to see what was the next plan.
So you joined in with a group of officers?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the purpose of those officers was?
I think they were waiting on a, like I said, I remember mentioning a negotiator and at some point, a tactical team of something.
And while you were there, did a tactical team arrive?
Eventually, Vortex showed up.
And what did you do when Vortex showed up?
It's a little bit of a blur, but I know I talked to them, asking if they, first, when they got there, I thought they were going to have some kind of equipment to breach the door, which they didn't. I remember asking about a sledgehammer. Eventually, that rifle-rated shield came up, and that did show up eventually, but just little things like that. I could hear them talking about breaking windows. It didn't happen.
And so with Vortex, you expected there to be some equipment,
Yes.
and that equipment wasn't there.
No, just what they were wearing.
Okay. Well, and one thing specifically you said was a sledgehammer.
So anything to maybe break the door handle. That's what I was thinking at the time. And then the shield, maybe the shield, because I don't know how many whacks it's going to take, but just little things crossing my mind.
What do you mean by how many whacks it's going to take?
To break the doorknob, or I don't even know at the time, I don't know which way the door opens, just to try and break the door down.
And how long did you wait there?
I know I ended up leaving to make a call. I was still trying to find out where Ava was, if she was okay.
And Ava, what grade was she in?
I think it was second grade.
And who did you call?
My ex-wife.
And did you get her?
Not that time. On the way to the school, I had made contact, but she didn't know anything where she was at. She might have been at the school at that time, or by the time I got there.
So you didn't know the condition or situation that your daughter may be in?
No.
And as you're standing in that line, what's going on in your mind?
I don't know if she's in there.
And what was there any further delay?
Just the locked door situation
And how did y'all resolve the locked door situation?
with the master key.
Once the master key arrived, what happened?
I'm not sure if it was used on the janitor door, but when we breached the classroom, they did use that master key. So they opened the door and we breached.
So they used the master key and you breached.
Yes.
Well, you weren't a school district police officer, is that correct?
No.
Were you a Uvalde police officer?
No, sir.
Uvalde County Sheriff's Office?
No.
You were from Zavala?
Yes, sir.
How is it that you ended up ahead of those people?
Nobody stopped me.
And when you were part of the breach, why is it that you went in?
I was there. Nobody stopped me.
Wasn't it dangerous?
Yes.
But that didn't stop you?
No,
And why is that?
because I was there.
And how many people made up the breach?
It was 4 or 5 that I remember, but the line could have been bigger because there was officers on both sides of the hall. But as far as I remember, it was 4 or 5 of us that were going in first.
And what agencies were they with?
It was me with Bortac, and then I'm not sure if the PD was behind me. Across from me, there was a sheriff's office for Uvalde County, and then maybe some PD guys with him. It was everybody was there.
But no school district police officer?
I don't know.
Okay. And so tell us how you breached.
After they unlocked the door, I think they got both classroom doors open. We make entry. It's dark, can't see anything. As soon as I make entry, I realized I don't have a flashlight, I can't even see. So I look to my right and there's a pile of the bodies. We didn't get shot.
Excuse me?
I was expecting to get shot.
You didn't know where the shooter
Thank you
was?
for the jewels.
No, I thought he was going to be to the right as soon as we made entry.
You thought he was gonna be where the bodies were?
Yes.
It means so much.
Yes, but it was hard to see. It was dark.
Yeah,
And then the door, you hear a door creak open in front, and then the shooting starts.
When you say a door creak open in front, what do you mean? Where was that door?
It was directly in front of us. Whoever was in front of me, whether it was a guy with the shield or a board tack, I don't know if he was in the stacks a little. I was either 2 or 3, so I don't know if someone peeled right, but whoever was in front of me, the door was right in front of him. So the guy with the shield, more than likely.
Was it across the room?
It was straight in front of the door.
In front of the entrance door, there was another door across the room.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So tell us what you heard and what you saw.
So the shots ring out
From where?
directly in front. I could hear the shots coming. I'm carrying my rifle left-handed, so I can't even pick it up because we're so close together.
Thank you, Nate.
Eventually, I transition to the right, fire a couple rounds, and it jams. Something happens with it. I'm still not sure. It felt like a long time. I know the video's fast, but it felt like a long time. Eventually, shooting happens behind me, and then it's over. And in front of me, there's someone with long hair face down, and I thought it was a teacher at first because he had long hair. They flip him over, and I could tell it's the shooter. He's in all black.
You got it.
We still have a classroom to the left. So me and another officer peel that way. And I look down.
You said that way to the left.
Yeah, we turned to the left to go into the second classroom, and I look down, there's a little boy, and his shin looks pretty big. He looks older than my daughter. So I think maybe she's not in here. And then in front of me, there's a girl with a pink dress. And I thought I saw her stomach move. Like she took a breath and held it. I'm not sure. And I asked the guy to my left, did you see her breathe? But at this time, it makes sense now. I'm not getting responses, but I have a gas mask on. I don't know if he answered me or not. But right after seeing hers, when all the chaos in there started, the desks being pushed everywhere, screaming, I got out of there at that point. Once they flooded the classroom, I left to look for my daughter. I didn't want to look in there, see her in there.
So you took care of the shooter, and then you went to look for your daughter.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Turner,
I'm sorry, I moved away from the mic. And where did you look for your daughter?
From where I parked to the east of that towards Highway 83, there was a little field there. Somewhere along the way, I got info that there was kids there, like a staging area. So I made it there, looked for Ava. She wasn't there. The superintendent, Dr. Harold, was there. There was a teacher there, a teacher aide, and I asked for Ava, and she said, she's at the Civic Center. So I felt a little relieved. And I asked her, you saw her get on the bus? And she says, no. And it makes me mad. I got mad that she told me that. So I asked Dr. Harold if I can get on the bus and go to the Civic Center, and he says yes. So we get on the bus. We're near Highway 83, and on the way they say there's kids at a car wash. So I told the bus driver to stop there. I don't know if he was already going to stop, but I tell her stop at the bus at the car wash on 83. Before we get there, more radio transmission comes out that they ran across the street. And sure enough, they're not there. So I asked the bus driver to turn around, and she's taking too long. So I have her open the doors, and I get off on the highway, and I run to the house. And you see the kids there.
To your house?
I ran to the house where the kids ended up. I get off on the highway, and I run, get to the kids. Look through them, Ava's not there. They're in somebody's front yard. There's a lady at the door. I asked to use her phone. Same thing, no answer. So I don't know where Ava's at. The bus ends up getting there. We get on the bus, go to the Civic Center, get off, walk in there, and the kids are in rows, almost like a formation. And I don't see her at first. It feels everything leaves my body. And then out of nowhere, she like appears, and I hug her. We go towards the back wall. And then a teacher, but I don't know if it was a teacher, but she kicks me out of there because I have a rifle. So I leave my daughter with a relative there. He was looking for his kid. I asked him to give me a ride back to Rob because I fired my weapon. Pretty sure I had. So I knew I had to go figure out what they wanted to do with me. So I went back to the school. I met with a ranger and he took my weapon later on that day.
Because it potentially had evidence of, since you had fired shots.
Yes, sir.
Is that standard procedure when there's a police shooting?
Yes.
So that's nothing unusual.
No, they take your weapon.
Thank you.
Ask Commissioner.
You're a sergeant still?
I'm with the investigators now.
So you're investigator, not sergeant?
Yeah, no, not sergeant, just
You
investigator.
want me to call you investigator Vasquez or Mr. Vasquez? Or
It doesn't matter, however, whatever's easier.
my name's Nico, and you can call me Nico.
Yes, sir.
I didn't want to cut you off. A lot of that you were saying was not relevant to Adrian, right, or this trial, but
Okay.
you know, I think we're all just wanted to hear from you, and we're grateful that your daughter's okay, and thank you for your service. But have you testified before in your duties as a police officer?
Not to this
Hey guys,
magnitude, but
we're like,
Yes,
use
sir.
the like
Have you been cross-examined by a defense attorney?
so that more parents,
yes.
Okay.
more teachers, more people can see this and start holding their officials in their school districts accountable to make sure this doesn't happen again. Thanks.
Well, there's no gotcha. I mean, you're not the opponent here. We're just going to ask questions. I'm going to ask for your information and what you knew or didn't know, and really talk about some of your experience, okay?
Okay.
If you don't understand my question, you stop me. Say, Nico, can you repeat that? Or I don't understand what you're saying, and I'll do that.
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like, may I call you Joe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, sir. It sounds like that you were kind of operating in two functions. You were operating as a law enforcement officer, but also as a daddy.
Whatever I was needed.
I know, but you don't divorce yourself from being a daddy, right?
No.
I mean, you weren't just going to any school. You were going to the school. I mean, in all of us as parents, there's a lot of schools that we care about, but then there's the schools that we care about where our children go.
Mhm.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And no trick questions. Just
No, I
tell me if you
understand.
if I'm so you were driving. At some point, you realized it was Robb Elementary,
Yes, sir.
and then you knew that your daughter went to school there.
I didn't know at first. So I have the kids and the ex on a group. And I know two of my kids were going to Morales Junior High. One was going to high school. Ava, I didn't know what school she went to. They said Rob when I was on the way.
Got it. Okay. But at some point, you realized that was the school that your daughter goes to.
Yes.
Because you actually, like you testified as jury, you picked her up from there before.
Yes.
Okay. And so you get there and you testified that it took you 20 minutes or less to get there.
I believe so. About.
And you said that you stepped in the building at 11:50 something. Right?
So, yeah, I'd have to look at the video. I believe it was something like.
If I represented you, that's 11:56:28. Does that sound about
Sounds
right?
about right.
11:50 something. And you said that you threw on your vest, but you weren't aware of its rating.
Yes.
Is it a vest that you wear on a regular basis?
No, that's not a duty vest.
Okay. And where did you get that vest from?
It's from the sheriff's office.
So is it kind of a vest that you grabbed and maybe that's why you didn't know what was it rated for?
It's more of like a tactical style vest, something you wear over, not part of a uniform.
And for the jury's sake, for tactical, you mean people can put extra magazines in there, you can put a flashlight, a knife, something like that.
Yes, sir.
It's not necessarily for protection.
No.
Right. Okay. So then it looks like you showed up the jury on this, that you parked where the drop off is, and looks like you entered the east side of the building.
Yes, sir.
You know now that there's a north side, there's a west side where this animal entered the building, right? This shooter.
Yes,
and then there's the south side, and then you entered the east side. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you were going by, you testified, it caught my attention. You said that there were officers, even when you first got there, they were taking cover.
Yeah, it was Border Patrol agents.
They were taking cover that far away?
Yeah, they were. It's a parking lot.
Right.
So there's a drop off area where you pick up the kids. The parking lot. Yes, sir.
I've been there. And so, but my point is, that's still some distance from the building.
Oh, yes, sir.
And they still felt the need tactically to take some cover.
Yes, sir.
And whenever there's a shooting situation, active shooter, especially with a high-powered rifle, you could be in danger from a long distance away from that.
Yes.
And so if you don't know where the bullets are coming from, it's reasonable and it's tactical to take cover until you figure out where bullets are coming from.
Yes, sir.
So you don't, You're not criticizing them, you just thought that was normal.
No, yeah, it was normal.
Okay. But you passed them up, and then you ultimately made your way into the east side of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said you ran into, was it Eddie Canales?
Yes, sir. Whatever officers were there in that group.
And you said Mike Hernandez as well.
So him, I'm pretty sure it was him. He was by the cafeteria after I passed the 2 border patrol, he was coming out by the cafeteria.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you so much for the
We're
gift.
hearing a bunch of descriptions. I want to make sure that the
Yeah.
jury understands.
Thank you so much. If you got a membership tonight,
Show us what we're
say
here
thank
for fair.
you. Throw some W's in the
This
chat.
is the pickup area. I parked here. I believe if it was Mike, it was somewhere around this area.
And what was he doing?
I'm not sure. He was walking out. I don't know if he had keys in his hand or something. He was doing something. I don't know what, but he was walking.
So you're walking this way, he's walking opposite.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mike Hernandez, he works
Just
for what?
could you move? I don't think these folks can see, maybe just.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. And so Mike Hernandez works for which PD?
I think he was part of the school.
Okay. And then so you make your way down, and then where do you see the Border Patrol agents?
So the border patrol, the first ones I come into contact with were it's a parking lot. I believe it's right here. And then it's Mike. I believe it was Mike. And then I run into another couple officers here. I don't know if it was PD, county. I don't think it was border patrol.
And for the record, you're pointing out the Border Patrol agents were kind of parallel or side to the drop-off area on the entrance. This is really the entrance of the school, right?
Yes.
It's really, it's east facing, but it's the entrance to the school, right?
Yes, sir.
And the Border Patrol agents reasonably and tactically were taking cover over here.
Yes.
You later knew that the shooting happened here, but they were taking cover over here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so then you make your way down, and then you enter through the east side of the building.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then now that you passed Mike Hernandez and you passed the Border Patrol agents, now you come in contact with Eddie Canales?
Yes, sir.
And who does Eddie Canales work for?
Uvalde PD.
Uvalde PD. That's different than the school district, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he have rank with UPD?
I think he was a lieutenant at the time.
So Eddie Canales, and is he briefing you about what happened?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat, sir. And so
Really?
And so you got briefed by Lieutenant Canales about the attempted breach, initial officer that went into the building.
No,
and the
it's
fact that the
random.
shooter shot at those officers, and 2 of them were hit.
Yes.
One of them was skinned in the head, and the other one was hit in the ear.
Yes.
You're aware now that officers early on initially tried to get into that building and tried to breach that classroom, right?
Yes.
And one of those officers was Adrian Gonzales. You know that, right? Now,
Now, yes.
at the time you didn't know, but you knew there were early officers before the 376 officers showed up. There were early officers, 5 to be specific, that tried.
Let me address that. So if you gift a membership, it goes to someone completely like anonymous, but there's a big caveat. But this person has participated in the chat either by liking, by recently subscribing, by sharing. So it's not just some random person that once like 10 years ago liked my stream or liked my channel, and that's who your thing is going towards. It's going towards someone who actually participates in the stream. So if you do want a gifted membership, just keep engaging in the chat, sharing, commenting, and sure enough, you'll get one. I've gotten several, but make sure to also turn that feature on YouTube. Make sure that it's turned on. Okay.
They went into the building and 2 of them were hit.
Yes.
Do you know now that they came in from different angles? Some of them came from the south, Adrian and another officer, and others came from the north side.
Yes.
And tactically, that's not wise, but you had no choice, right?
Yeah.
So may I stand up, Judge?
Yes.
So if you and I are in this hallway and you're standing over there, Joe, and I'm here with a weapon, and we're both going to a danger, what could potentially happen between you and I?
Crossfire.
Explain to the jury what crossfire is.
Crossfire is pretty much as he explained it. I'm not going to want my partner on the other side of wherever I'm shooting. You got to keep in mind the backdrop, right? Make sure nobody's on the other side of the bad guy, pretty much. Stay out of the path of fire.
But you later found out that those initial 5 officers, they didn't even think of their own safety. They went in and they subjected themselves not only to this shooter, but to crossfire. Correct?
Yes.
It's called friendly fire or blue on blue fire.
Yes.
Okay. And that happened. And so that might not have been explained to you at that moment, but you were prepared to help out in any way possible.
Yes, sir.
And by the time you showed up at 11:56:28 roughly, there were numerous officers there.
Yes, I'm not sure of the number, but those officers.
Did you later find out that there were 376 total officers there?
Yes.
And so then you offer your help to Lieutenant Gonzales to go in, correct?
Well, not me by myself, but I did mention making entry.
So you suggested, are we going to try to make entry?
Yes.
But not by yourself?
No, not by myself.
Why?
You need a team, and there was enough of us there to form one.
So I don't know if that's been explained to the jury. So explain, well, why do you need a team to breach a door?
Of course, they teach if you're by yourself, you go by yourself, but if there's enough for a team, you're going to form a team. The first guy, the second guy might get hit, second or third, the rest can return fire and take out the shooter.
And there's a difference in breaching a door. There's a difference between an inward breach door, inward swinging door, and an outward swinging door, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about some techniques of breaching, but explain the difference between an inward swinging door and an outward swinging door and what the complications are.
An inward door, you'd be able to probably kick open. It's easier to breach. Outward door with a steel frame, you're not going to be able to kick it open. Usually those open towards hallways, corridors.
Judge, may I stand up?
Yes.
So if we have an inward swinging door this way, this is our room we're trying to breach. This is the hallway, and you agree that a doorway is a fatal funnel.
Yes.
You explain to the jury, they've heard it before, but from your perspective, what a fatal funnel is.
Fatal funnel is this is where you're going to die at the door. It's easy to, like right now, you can point where you came in through without even looking. That's the advantage this person has. They know where you're coming in. You don't know where they're at.
And you're funneled in, and so it's a narrowing of an area that subjects the person coming through the fatal funnel to high vulnerability.
Yes.
And that's what you said. You're going to die in a fatal funnel.
Yes.
And so officers are taught to at almost at all costs to avoid a fatal funnel.
Yes.
Tactically. So an inward swinging door, you said you can either get a ramming device or you can kick open a door and then you can breach it.
Yes.
And then actually the inward swinging door tactically is to your advantage because if there's someone back here, it's used as distraction or some type of distortion so you can tactically.
Yes.
But an outward swinging door is different.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about that briefly. So Judge, may I use the witness for a demonstration?
Yes.
Joey, do you mind coming here, please? Do you mind if I use you in my demonstration? No problem. Okay. So what is it called stacking if we're going to breach a door? Speak loud, please.
So stacking is going to be me and 2-3 officers. They're going to line up behind me. That's a stack team.
Do you need a shield to have a stack or can you do it without?
Without.
But a shield is better.
Shield's better.
Okay. And so if you breach an inward swinging door, you go where you need to go and tell me where I need to go because there's corners and then you don't know where the thread is, right?
Yeah, well, it depends. If it's without a shield, you're probably going to have the second guy peel right. The second guy's going to do the opposite of the first guy.
Okay, so let's go. So you go first. And so peeling right would be as you go in, I would peel to this corner, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I would clear the corner, you would clear the corner, and we would try to see where this thread is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so so one peels right, you would peel left, who would go for? Who takes what role?
So like I said, if it's somebody with a shield, you might stay behind the shield, especially if you're going to get fired at. You're not going to really be able to peel away. So your cover's going to be behind that shield, and hopefully he takes care of it.
And so the shield person, depending on the rating, and there's different rated shields, right? There's one for handgun and there's one for long rifle.
Yes.
The one for long rifle is much heavier.
Yes.
Right. And so usually the person covered with a shield, and then is it called the stick? The stack? Is it called kind of a stick sometimes? Slang. And so people are back here, the person with the shield, and the person holding the shield, that's their duty. They don't have a gun. They're holding that shield.
Well, yeah, it depends on the training, but there's some that he's going to be in charge. He's going to be point, and his weapon's going to be out. Like if it's the hall, then the other guys will pop out. But it's different tactics.
And so different people have different opinions about tactics, right?
Yeah.
Can we talk about an outward swinging door?
Yes.
Okay, can we use, Judge, may we use the jury room for a second? Just the door, we're not doing that.
Yeah, thanks, see.
Can you guys see?
No, you don't
Okay,
need
so this
premium.
is an outward swinging door, right?
Yes.
And will you explain, if you can, I know the jury's behind you, can you stand where I'm at so they can see you? Explain what the complications are to an outward swinging door in a breach.
So the outward, like I said, this is something you're not going to be able to kick in. If you don't have a pry tool or something, you're not going to open that door.
Okay, you mentioned something. So explain to the jury what tools are needed for an outward swinging breach. You said a pry tool. What else? What is that exactly? Why don't you explain what that is?
So a pry tool is something you're going to jam in there, usually like a Halligan, but you're going to need a sledgehammer to wedge it in there and pry it open.
So one step at a time. So a Halligan tool has two sides to it, right? One of them looks like a pick and the other one looks like a pointy thing. And so you get this Halligan.
Okay, I'm gonna bring a little levity to a very dark situation. These two guys, very good looking, suave looking guys, they look really hot talking about busting doors down.
Some people people say hooligan, right?
Yeah.
A hooligan tool, you put it in there and you're gonna want a sledgehammer or some type
What
of
I'm
battering
here
ram to jam it in.
Yes, sir.
Now, the threat on the inside, as you're making all this noise, there's someone on the inside, if they have bad intentions, they can be shooting at you through that door.
Yes.
Or they can be attacking you, whether it's one or more attackers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you need the hooligan tool and then you need a sledgehammer as well.
Yes.
Then what happens once you do that? Is somebody covering you? Is there a shield? Or there's people at the door trying to wait for it?
Yeah, you're gonna have some people lined up with you. Hopefully, they're gonna make entry once you pop the door open.
Who's responsible for opening the door?
Whoever has the alligator tool, it could be the point guy.
So I'm positioned here, you're positioned there. Hopefully there's a shield in front of me, but this person's vulnerable. Slam, 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 break the lock, and then I pull and I open up this way, and then you guys breach. And then is it the same peel off right and left?
Pretty much depending on the layout of the room.
But now that shield has to be first.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So is it fair to say there's much more complications to an outward swinging door?
Yes, sir.
Do you know, I think you mentioned that they did not have the tools needed?
No.
Did you later find out that they were working on getting the tools?
I remember somebody saying I have a sledgehammer in the bed of my truck, something like that, and they went to get one. I don't know if it might have been Vortec. I'm not sure.
Do you know, and we're gonna talk about Vortec in a second. Do you know if anyone had a reeded shield for high-powered rifle?
I just remember that getting there towards the end. If it was there before, I'm not sure, but yeah.
And whether at some point when you have a fatal funnel and a high-powered weapon, may I stand up again, Judge?
Yes.
Sorry. I don't know if you want me to ask every time, but I will.
Now, if you want to approach the witness, you want to use the will, just do it.
Thank you for that permission, Judge. In some scenarios, and a fatal funnel, the reason why it's so dangerous, if the threat has a lot of magazines and a high-powered weapon, it doesn't matter if there's 1,000 officers on that side, right? I mean, if you have enough rounds, they're just going to pick them off as they come in, correct?
Yes.
And that's why this equipment is so critical. That shield is really critical, because even if you have 1,000 officers that are willing to go in, I mean, they're all going to be picked off eventually if the attacker inside has enough firepower.
Possibly.
If you had a choice, have you ever been in a gunfight?
Not before that.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Why have you?
If you had a choice, this is kind of like a blue gun. It's an orange gun for training. Not real. If you had a choice to pick a handgun or an AR-15, which one would you choose?
The rifle.
Why would you choose the rifle over a handgun?
It's more accurate, easy to shoot somebody. A pistol, any little deviation and it goes off feet.
Right. And also you can shoot a target at a long distance with a rifle versus a handgun.
Yes, sir.
Now a handgun, you can shoot a certain amount of distance, right?
Yes.
But now, would you agree that combat shooting or training tactically with a handgun, usually train within 2 to 5 yards, 7 yards, right?
Up to 20 at the range.
Right.
Right.
And so when you draw, you can do a fast draw. You usually at a high rate is pop, 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 double tap, triple tap, and you're doing rapid fire. Right?
Yes.
But after a certain
I'm sorry, I have to stop. This is accurate, maybe is correct. This is the only setting that you have to access from a computer when it comes to YouTube in order to get a gifted membership. Sorry, everyone, but maybe was right again.
distance, a handgun is not as reliable, right?
Right.
And so you're typically if you're gonna shoot with a handgun from a distance, you're going to really take your time, sit down on your grip, make sure your sights are aligned, take a deep breath, and slowly squeeze that trigger. It's not going to be a fast shot, right?
Right.
But with a high-powered rifle, you can pick up a rifle and you can shoot a lot quicker at longer distances because it has the power and the velocity.
Yes, sir.
So now I want to ask you about potential activity by officers outside the building. So
No problem.
you now know
This is a good
where
reminder.
some of the early officers were in this incident.
Yes.
And just really quick before we get to this part, the breach to that door was at 12:50, correct?
Yes.
It was almost an hour after
Yes.
you guys, everyone got there.
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't your decision, by the way.
No.
I'm going to direct your attention to the defense exhibit 10. So, are you orienting yourself now? This is Rob Elementary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, Geraldine, right? Groves over there. And this is the east entrance is over here. West entrance where the shooter came in. South entrance.
Yes, sir.
You now know that Adrian Gonzales drove all the way into this incident early on. The jury will hear about the dispatch later. And he was parked over here. You know that now?
Are you telling me now?
Yeah, now. Yeah, now. Okay. And so we can see that, yes, sir. Yeah, give me a different view. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You got your membership while you were on your phone, but you have to set up in your settings that because otherwise it defaults to no gifted memberships, but you have to set it up on your laptop that you are willing to accept gifted memberships. Because I had to do this like a year ago.
You want to get oriented a little bit?
I gotta understand the west, the east.
Yes, sir. You see that vehicle over there?
Yes.
Okay. That's, excuse me. That's a police officer unit?
Yes, sir.
And it's for Adrian Gonzales Park. Okay. And so if an officer is here,
No problem.
there's no line of sight to a shooter that entered into the west building, correct?
Correct.
And so, and this officer here, after hearing gunfire without a line of sight, it's reasonable to take cover for some period of time to observe and orient yourself to what's going on and what's going on around you, correct?
Makes sense.
And if the officer's by himself, it's different. Do you think tactically it's different than an officer that shows up to a potentially dangerous situation by themselves versus having backup?
Yes.
And so your tactics have to be a little bit different, right?
Yes.
As you described and educated the jury about tactics of breaching, there's tactics of trying to assess a situation when there's shooting if you're by yourself.
Yes.
Right. And so, would you agree with me that in this area there is no cover that you can see?
Just the car. I mean, it's not going to stop bullets.
Okay, I want to talk about that. Why did you say that? Why did you tell this jury that the car is not going to stop bullets?
I mean, it could travel on the hood. It can go through doors. It'd have to hit the engine block to stop. Or like,
Right. So with a vehicle, there's the difference between cover and concealment, right?
Yes.
And the jury's heard this already. Let's say this was covered.
Maybe.
I'm concealed. My upper body's concealed from you. I'm not covered from you, right?
No.
You can shoot through this,
Like I
TV,
did an
but you
entire
couldn't see me.
file on this.
So a car is mainly concealment and only portions of it is cover, right?
Yes.
And you said the engine block is pretty much maybe the wheel frame, whatever, but is the only cover in a vehicle, right?
Yes.
A tree is not cover. No. An open field is not cover, correct? This tree is not cover, right?
I can't tell how large the root is, but
Fair
that's
enough.
all you got. Yeah.
Right. And so an officer is by themselves is going to take some time to assess sounds of fire, right? Not visual of the fire, sounds of fire. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And there's no special training on being able to hear. If I hear a gunshot, that's a 9mm AR-15 on the south side of a building because there's echo.
Yes.
So you hear fire, it might sound different vibrating off this building versus inside of a courtroom or outside in an open field, right?
That's true.
And there's no special training that you can tell where fire is coming from.
No.
So there it is. Now we're back to this one. So we have an officer over here. And let's say for hypothetical, maybe you know now, there were 3 officers over here, right? And that these 3 officers arrived 24, 25 seconds after Adrian to the scene. Would you agree that these 3 officers have a different line of sight to the west side of the building than Adrian over there in the southeast corner?
Yes.
Line of sight meaning that I can get a visual. Like I can see the people, the person at the back, I can not have my glasses on, the person at the back of the courtroom. I have line of sight to the gentleman at the back of the courtroom, right?
Yes. The jewels, baby.
These officers potentially, you may or may not have personal knowledge, have line of sight to the west side of the building, right?
Yes.
And if an officer had a long rifle, a long gun on this side of the building, that would be a weapon. It would be more suitable to making that shot than a handgun.
Yes.
And if those officers thought they were undertaking fire, then they know that there's a threat from this individual on the west side of the building.
If they're taking fire?
If they thought they were taking fire.
Oh, yeah. Then yes.
Would it be reasonable for these officers to think they're taking fire, even though there would be no evidence of them taking fire? Could it be reasonable?
If they're hearing gunshots coming from directly in front of them?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I'd wonder if I'm getting shot at.
Okay. What would verify that for you? If you're taking fire, you're wondering if you're being shot at, but then at some point, what would verify that to you?
Someone with a gun?
Maybe you'd hear or you'd see the
Oh,
bullets?
yeah. If bullets are bouncing off the road or either that or you see somebody with a gun, then you know.
And are officers trained to ask for permission before they need to shoot?
I don't know of any. No, I've never.
So if one of these 3 officers says, I see him, can I shoot? He didn't have to ask to shoot.
No, you don't ask for permission. Well, not, I don't know what the
Maybe.
policies are with whoever that was.
Let's just talk about the law.
Yeah,
There's a difference between law and policy, right?
Yes, sir.
Under chapter 931 and 932 of the Penal Code, you have a right, every citizen, including officers, have a right to self-defense and defense of a third person, correct?
Yes, sir.
If somebody, and this applies to everyday citizens as well, if somebody is legally is carrying a weapon and they see someone being attacked with deadly force, I don't need to ask permission to use deadly force to stop the use of deadly force against that third person.
No, you don't.
And so if this officer felt they were being shot at, saw an individual with a weapon, and had the time to ask for permission to shoot, that officer didn't have to ask for permission to shoot.
I wouldn't. I don't. He shouldn't. He didn't have to ask.
And you wouldn't have asked for permission
No.
to shoot. And you know that because you have training and experience. If you felt you were being fired upon and you saw someone on the west side of a school building and you heard through dispatch that there was someone at the school with a gun, discharging the gun, and you heard those discharges thinking you were part of the subject, you would take that AR-15 and you would put rounds downfield, right?
I wasn't there, but I have to believe I would.
That's such an honest answer. Thank you for that. Only one other officer answered that way. Everybody else answered like if they knew they were going to do something. Thank you for saying it that way. You would like to believe that you would put rounds downfield to try to stop that attacker from going in that school.
Yes, sir.
But there's nothing legally that would have stopped one of these three officers from doing that, right?
No.
Let's say that they didn't shoot that officer. That officer did not discharge that weapon. And this, as we know, this animal made it into this door. Do you have any knowledge of school policies of whether that door should have been locked?
So the chief, Arredondo, the town that I live in, Batesville, it has a school district that's part of Uvalde.
Yes, sir.
And we had done a walkthrough where he walked us through the campus and he showed us that the doors were locked. So I would have assumed that
They should have been locked.
they should have been
And
locked.
so other officers would have assumed that as well, maybe?
Yes.
Right? Okay. But this door should have been locked. All school doors should be locked, right?
Yes.
But if for some reason, if these three officers saw this shooter get into this door, in your training experience, you would agree that those officers should have driven to that west side door and breached and gone into that door following this shooter, right?
If they saw someone with a gun going in there, yes.
Would it make any sense to you, practically, legally, tactically, why they would drive all the way around to this side of the building and enter the other way? Does that make any sense?
No.
Right.
So out of the four officers, the four first officers at the scene, between Adrian Gonzales over here, there's no evidence, and he did not see this shooter, and these three officers, who had a better line of sight of the shooter?
It would have been over here.
Who had a better opportunity to stop the shooter?
It would be the three on this side. If they actually saw the shooter, then it would be them.
Who had the ability to stop the shooter?
Whoever had a rifle.
And someone on the southeast side of the building could not see when this person entered the building, correct? From where their vantage point was.
How did that guy not see
From over there, you wouldn't be able to
the guy with the rifle?
see anything
From
around that
earlier.
corner.
Right. So out of these four officers, who would have known from vantage points? Who would have known when that shooter entered the building?
From
These
that-
three or Adrian?
It would have to be those three.
It would have to be. It would have to be these three, right? And so if it has to be these three, whose responsibility would, because they know, to chase this animal from going into this building?
It would have to be whoever saw him on this. Whoever had visual of him.
And can you think of any reason why they wouldn't run and chase into this west building? Can you think of any reason why they wouldn't do that? Tactically.
I don't know.
I don't either.
My mods hate me for it, but I do.
Just want to talk about the breach briefly. I think you testified that when they unlocked the door, they didn't use a Halligan, they didn't use a sledgehammer, they didn't use a wedge, a pry bar, nothing, right? They got a key.
Yes, sir.
And you know now that Adrian Gonzales is the one that found the key for them?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so they finally got the key, and then they open this door and they breach. And when you guys come in, the shield takes fire. Right?
Yes.
There's actually somebody in the back of the stick, the back of the stack, takes a graze to his head.
Yeah.
I
And then they
remember.
return fire and they send that son of a bitch to hell, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what it is.
May I?
Yes, sir.
I want to start with what you said about waiting for other officers to arrive versus going in by yourself.
Yes, sir.
What is your training? If you're by yourself and you hear an active shooter,
Stop the killing. We're going by alert training. It's stop the killing.
do you wait for 3.5 minutes?
No.
What do you do when you hear the gunfire?
Approach it. Stop it.
Approach the gunfire and stop the gunfire.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty standard police work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing new about that.
No.
And so if you just hear the gunfire, but you can't see the gunfire, what do you do?
Can you see that?
If you hear the gunfire but don't see the gunfire, what do you do?
Try to assess situation, see if you're getting shot at, or if somebody else is getting shot at.
And if somebody, and if they're shots and if they're not at you, what do you do?
Look for where they're coming from.
And how do you look for where they're coming from?
Take off in any direction where you think it might originate from.
And that could be from the sound of the shots fired?
Yes, sir.
When you got to Uvalde, how did you find out where the shooter was?
Just by asking.
And you followed the direction from the people you talked to?
Yes, sir.
And did it take you 3.5 minutes after being told where the shooter was for you to act?
No.
Did you stand there for 3.5 minutes trying to decide if I should go forward?
No.
What did you do?
I just ran wherever they told me he was at until I met with the other officers.
Even though it could be dangerous for you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that sounds so good. I don't do lamb though.
You also
That's
said
okay,
that
I
you
make
walked with Chief Arredondo. I want to make sure we're clear on that. Chief Arredondo, the chief of the Uvalde Consolidated School District.
Yes, sir.
The chief of the school district where this happened.
Yes, sir.
And why were you with him?
So the town I live at, that school is part of the Uvalde School District. He was a fairly new chief at the time, and I'm not sure if we reached out to him, he reached out to us, but we were going to do a school walkthrough so the deputies could become familiar with that school. So we did a walkthrough. I'm not sure if it was a year before that, months, but it was shortly after he was hired. And that's where we went through and he checked all the doors. Not every single one, but every door he checked was locked.
And what was his response to that?
He was proud.
He was the security for the school.
Yes.
And he was proud that his people did as he, the security chief, has said.
Yes.
And when you say you wanted to be familiar with the school, tell me about that.
Well, I was familiar with the school. I grew up there. So unless they renovated, added an extra room, other than that, I knew the whole layout. But the other deputies, they needed to become familiar with it.
So before something horrible happens in a school, the people that are going to be in charge of responding to it go familiarize themselves with the layout of the school.
Yes, sir. Because that school don't have security. There's no campus police there, or wasn't at the time.
But if there were campus police, you would expect them to get familiar with the school before something horrible happened.
Yes.
That's consistent with what police work is all about. Right?
Yes, sir.
And did you know Adrian Gonzales?
I don't know if he recognizes me, but I mean, I know that he worked at the PD, and I remember he worked at one of my kids' daycares.
Okay. And did you see him in the hallway that day?
No, I don't remember anybody on the other side.
And if you hear gunfire and you're by yourself, what do you do?
You have to, if there's active killing going on, of course, you're supposed to stop it.
So what does that mean? What do you do?
Find the source and eliminate it.
It's time of the essence.
Yes.
If you wait longer, what happens?
Possibly death. More people die.
You're trained on that.
Yes, sir.
The time is of the essence.
Yes, sir.
Every second counts.
Yes, sir.
Hey, welcome. You may just get a little
Because
bit
you've
of.
been trained, and the defense has sponsored you on that issue. If there's a police officer in a vehicle here, by this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th building, in front of the 5th building.
Okay.
And you hear gunfire over here, and you're by yourself, what do?
You have to head towards the gunfire.
So what direction would you take?
The direction where I heard it.
Would you show us with her?
So it depends where I would have heard it. If I heard it over here, I'd go over there. If I heard it on this side, I'd make my way this way. I'd just go towards where I hear the sounds.
Would you go on the other side of your car?
If I didn't know where the shots were coming from or if they were directed at me, the first thing I do is probably take cover to make sure I'm not being shot at. And then from there, if it's not immediate, if it's somewhere else, then I'd approach that.
And if you heard repeated fire?
Yes, it'd be, I'd be under the understanding that somebody else is being shot at.
So it's time of the essence at that point?
Yes.
And then you move?
Yes, sir.
And if you're
What
alone?
in the tarnation?
Take cover if I think I'm getting shot at. If I realize it's someone else being shot at, approach that area.
And if you believe the shots are coming from the teacher's parking lot and you start here, what happens? I mean, is this building covered for you at that point?
It's brick, yes.
If it's brick, it is covered. But what happens as you get to the end, to the edge?
There's something in the way, so you have to stand far away from it to get a pretty good view. But you just pile around here and see what you see.
And if you see the shooter, what do you do?
Eliminate them, shoot them, whatever you can do.
And if you have a handgun?
That's all you have. You use it. Preferably, you want to get close enough so you don't miss, but you use what you have.
What if he has a rifle?
I try to get close to something as I shot to get stable.
But you would still shoot?
Yes.
Even if you had a handgun and you knew he had a rifle?
Yes, especially if there's other officers over here, they probably follow suit. If I started firing, then maybe they'd have a better chance.
And you might be able to distract him?
Yeah, suppress something.
And fire, you could delay?
Yes.
Even if you missed?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So just engage? You would engage?
If I see someone with a gun as I cross that corner right there, yes, I have to.
And would you distract?
Either or.
Or delay?
Yes.
Or eliminate?
Yes.
But you do what you could do to do one of those things.
Yes, sir.
And do you know how full the parking lot was that day? With cars?
I made it out after, I didn't come out of there till it was over, so 12:51, 52. By then it was flooded with everybody. I don't know before how many cars were there.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Can you guys hear me?
Excellent.
By the time you got there, you were being briefed by people.
Yes, sir.
So by the time you got there, you were taking instruction by fellow officers that you trusted.
Yes, sir.
And they had been there longer than you, so you knew the circumstances. You already been heard. You had heard some of them. So you taking direction from officers that have already been at the scene and are briefing you because they've been dealing with it for a while is different than you arriving at a scene with a potential witness. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So the first officer that showed up, if there's a witness there with him on the southeast side of the corner, and that witness could be hysterical, you don't just take directions from a potentially hysterical witness, do you?
Well, I mean, if they say they point somewhere, I'm going to look and see if what they're saying is making sense.
Well, it's okay. So you said something that makes sense to me now.
I'm going to
You're
talk
look,
real
you're gonna
loud
observe,
now.
You're going to orient, and then you're going to confirm whether it makes sense or not.
Yes.
What you're not going to do is show up to a situation, you hear gunfire, you think you're being shot yourself, and then you deal with somebody who's a witness saying, over there, no reasonable officer is just going to start running over there in this area that you don't see the threat, right?
Yes.
I mean, you wouldn't do that right away.
No, I wouldn't. I'd try to figure out where it's coming from and then head that way.
That's right. And so when you say try to figure out, that takes a little bit of time to try to figure things out, right?
Yes.
It took 376 officers over an hour to figure things out, right? No, I asked him about it earlier, Judge.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
It took 376 officers over an hour to figure things out, right?
Yes, sir.
But the government was asking you about 3 minutes with Adrian by himself.
Yes, sir.
So we talk about takes time to assess the situation. That's observe and orient, and then you decide, and then you act, right? That's what your training is.
Yes.
But it's so much harder when you're not seeing the threat, when you're hearing the threat, right?
Yes.
And you testified earlier, there's no special training. All these wonderful officers here, they don't have special training on hearing a gunfire and then knowing exactly where it's at, correct?
Not that I know of.
Neither me as well. And so now I want to direct your attention to So I want to talk to you about what you know now, maybe the way they did. They were looking for a master map, a layout of the school, correct?
Yes.
Because you said you were familiar with the school because of your daughter being there.
I knew of the two buildings. I knew where the check-in was and the cafeteria. All the other buildings, I've seen her run from every direction. I don't know which kids go where.
So you know now though that Adrian drove into the trouble, right? All the way in the southeast corner.
Yes.
Right? By himself. Right? By himself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you know now that he was one of the first officers, one of the first 5 in the building.
Yes, sir.
You know now that he was in a fatal funnel with those first 5 officers, and 2 of those officers got shot.
Yes,
right?
sir.
You know now that he stayed in the fatal funnel until he got directions from a supervisor to go call SWAT, right?
I didn't know that.
You know that now?
I know that now.
But if an officer is told by a supervisor, once there's other officers in a fatal funnel or in a situation, to go get help, get SWAT, would it be reasonable for an officer to leave the school or leave a situation to call SWAT?
If the supervisor tells you to, you're going to follow his instructions, more likely.
Right, and that's reasonable because other officers are there covering and containing, right?
Yes.
And you would agree that animal that was in room 111 and 112, he was contained, right?
Well, he couldn't leave without us
That's my point.
shooting him.
So
Yeah.
he was contained, right?
Yes.
And if it wasn't for those first 5 officers, let's forget the 376 for a second. If it wasn't for those first 5 officers, that shooter potentially could have walked through the whole school and done the same thing to all those other precious children.
Yes.
Potentially.
Yes.
Because without those first 5 officers to contain that animal, there would be nothing stopping him from going to the other rooms, right?
Yes, sir.
So those first 5 officers played a key role in containing, which is part of your training, containing the threat. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And then so you also know that Adrian ultimately, not only did he go to the danger initially by himself, not only did he go into the school as one of the first 5 officers, not only did he stay into the fatal funnel, not only did he take instruction from his supervisor to call SWAT for backup, he ultimately found the map of the school so they can make further assessments. You know that now, right?
No, I know that.
And you also know that he's the one that found that master key to give to them to breach, so you guys can breach. Correct?
Now I know that, yes.
And you also know that he, with other officers, once he saw that hallway was covered, they are the ones breaking the windows and helping those other children get out. There's pictures and video of him getting out,
Yes.
right? You know that now.
Yes.
So if Adrian wasn't just standing around for 3 minutes doing nothing, you would agree with that now that you know this, right?
Yes.
Would you think that's a mischaracterization of his behavior?
I know where
Everybody says different things. What I say doesn't matter. They're gonna have their own opinions.
That's right. And really what ultimately matters what these 12 people think. But what I'm saying is everyone has an opinion, and we're trying to talk about some of the facts,
Okay.
right? Do you agree that facts matter over people's opinions?
Yes.
We have to analyze the facts. And so I'm presenting facts to you, and you're just sharing your thoughts with me, right?
Yes, sir.
1 second, Joe. Did you have knowledge? Did you come to find out that radios were not breaking into school? Do you know what I mean by breaking?
No, I understand. We have that problem in my town, but I found out about it later. Yes.
Will you explain to the jury, because that's a term of art, breaking, if a radio breaks, will you explain to them what that means?
It's pretty much if you don't have signal, like inside a building, it's hard to make communication with dispatch or anybody else who has that radio. It's just a brick. It doesn't work.
That happened.
And so maybe that makes more sense why the supervisor instructed Adrian to go outside to call for SWAT, because radios weren't breaking just like in your town?
Yes, sir.
And direct your attention to that breach that you and the other board tech officers did. That, again, this wasn't your decision, but that took an hour to happen. That breach took an hour before it happened. From when you got
Yes,
it, it took an hour.
yes, sir.
But the government asked you about 3 minutes of Adrian being by himself, right?
Yes, sir.
But it took over an hour for that breach to happen with 376 officers there?
Yes, sir.
That's the witness.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Officer, if we could, once again, we have a police officer in a vehicle at this spot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he hears shots fired in this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a witness there, I believe, has been the representations, correct?
Yes, sir.
When the officer hears the shots fired and the witness gives you information, what do you do?
I'll follow up on the information.
For what purpose?
If there's shooting going on, to stop it.
Stop it, eliminate the shooter.
Yes, sir.
Don't you go get a map?
Not if I hear the shots. I'll try and figure out the general direction and then approach it.
Don't you go get keys?
No, if it's outdoors, you don't need keys.
If it's outdoors, you don't need keys. You don't have a fatal funnel.
No, sir.
You don't need a map. You don't need to go get keys. Do you need to stop and evacuate people?
No.
So the fact that you may end up eventually evacuating
That's
people
what.
doesn't say what you were doing those 3 minutes, correct?
No, sir.
But he certainly wasn't approaching the gunman.
No, sir.
And you didn't hesitate to do that.
I love
I just asked and
the court reporters' faces.
You just went.
yes, sir.
Like,
Thank you. Absolutely.
You asked about there's no fatal funnel outside, right?
Yes, sir.
You ever heard of a fatal field? I made it up. So a fatal field, yeah, don't worry, it wasn't a trick question. So if I'm in a field, an open field with no cover, a handgun versus an AR-15,
Yeah, it's bad.
yeah, it's bad, right? And so you don't just run without any, you said follow up on information. And follow up on information means assess and figure out, right?
Yes, sir.
And listen and observe. Again, in that scenario, there's still been no line of sight. A shooter is not in your view, in Adrian's view, right?
Yes, sir. No, sir.
Can't
So,
shoot.
and then we can see the distances. These are long distances, right?
Yes.
And so you talked about taking that corner and it's called cutting or slicing the pie. The jury's heard about that.
Yes, sir.
But you also acknowledged that AC unit with that fence changes the tactics on that corner, right?
Yes.
First of all, we know now, and they're not even contesting this, Adrian does not see this shooter, correct? Right?
Yes.
And Adrian can't tell if it's on the west side or the north side. He just hears shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
So whether he should run east or west, maybe getting instruction from a person that's frantic and stressed out, right?
Yes.
And stress, as we've heard other witnesses, but you know through your training and experience, can do interesting things to your sight, your perception, and your hearing, right?
Yes.
You've heard of tunnel vision?
Yes.
You've heard of auditory exclusion?
Yep.
You've heard of perception distortion, correct?
Yes.
Perception distortion means that what really happened is distorted by stress, so that your perception becomes your reality and you think that that's what really happened.
Yes, sir.
And that can happen. And that's why you're trained that if somebody is excited, understandably, by the way, nobody is criticizing this young lady at this point, but that you're not going to just do whatever they say immediately. You have to wait, assess, follow up on the information, meaning it takes a little bit of time.
Yes, sir.
Especially if you don't have line of sight of the shooter, right?
Yes.
If you have line of sight of a shooter, like those 3 officers in the corner, you don't have to, your assessment's going to be a lot quicker.
Yes.
Right? So the 3 officers in the corner, if they were getting information from a very understandably excited witness, but they can assess that words they're getting because they have a visual, because they're following up and they're observing and orientating themselves to the circumstance because they can see what's going on, right?
Yes, sir.
Very different, right? And so those officers saw, had a line of sight, one of them asked for permission to shoot and had the ability to shoot and stop, right?
Objection repetitive, Your Honor.
All right, I will sustain that objection.
But what we know for sure is nobody from that corner followed the shooter into the west building.
No, sir.
What else we got for this witness?
No, no. Well, I'm doing one thing. Yes, sir. Do you know now, but by the time that Adrian radioed in potential position of the shooter, he was already in the building?
Yes.
That's the witness, Judge.
Okay, recall either side.
No, Your Honor. No, Judge.
Okay, sir, you are excused with our thanks. I'm going to tell you the rule's been invoked. You know what that is.
Yes, sir.
Just try to avoid talking about the case until you know the case is over with.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
You know who went into the fatal funnel? My
Ma'am.
sister went into the fatal funnel.
Ma'am,
Did she need a key? Why do you need a key?
ma'am, go ahead and have
Wasn't
a
it
seat.
locked? No, I seen that. She didn't lock her door. She went into the fatal funnel. She did it. Not the old bastard.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to disregard the outburst. I forewarn these folks, if they do that, there's not going to be any warnings. They're going to be removed for the rest of the trial. That's unfortunate, very unfortunate. So thank you very much. We'll see you back here at 1:30. And remember my instructions, 1:30.
Oh, that makes me so mad. Makes me so mad when they do that.
This all happened. BP's like, what? That was the sister of one of the girls who died, or one of the women teachers that died. I'm not smiling at that. Like, I had mentioned this yesterday. For those of you who weren't here, the judge, actually, let's hear it. You guys want to listen to it one more time?
Shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
So whether he should run east or west, maybe getting instruction from a person that's
He's
frantic
like-
and stressed out, right?
Yes.
And stress, as we've heard other witnesses, but you know through your training
I
and
think
experience,
that's her.
can do interesting things to your sight, your perception, and your hearing, right?
Yes.
You've heard of tunnel vision?
Yes.
You've heard of auditory exclusion?
Yep.
You've heard of perception distortion, correct?
Yes.
Perception distortion means that what really happened is distorted by stress, so that your perception becomes your reality and you think that that's what really happened.
Yes, sir.
And that can happen. And that's why you're trained that if somebody is excited, understandably, by the way, nobody is criticizing this young lady at this point, but that you're not going to just do whatever they say immediately. You have to wait, assess, follow up on the information, meaning it takes a little bit of
All
time.
this hard
Yes, sir.
work.
Especially if you don't have line of sight of the shooter, right?
Yes.
If you have line of sight of a shooter, like those 3 officers in the corner, you don't have to, your assessment's going to be a lot quicker.
Yes.
Right? So the 3 officers in the corner, if they were getting information from a very understandably excited witness,
Well, wait.
but
till
they
you-
can assess that words they're getting because they have a visual, because they're following up and they're
Like
observing
her that
and orientating themselves to
trials.
the circumstance because they can see what's going on, right?
Yes, sir.
Very different, right? And so those officers saw, had a line of sight, one of them asked for permission to shoot and had the ability to shoot and stop, right?
Objection repetitive, Your Honor.
All right, I will sustain that objection.
But what we know for sure is nobody from that corner followed the shooter into the west building.
No, sir.
Okay.
What else we got for this witness?
No. I'm doing one thing. Yes, sir.
Let's.
Do you know now, but by the time that Adrian radioed in potential position of the shooter, he was already in the building?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Okay, recall either side.
No, Your Honor. No, Judge.
Okay, sir, you are excused with our thanks. I'm gonna tell you the rule's been invoked. You know what that is.
Yes, sir.
Just
Perfect.
try to avoid talking about the case until you know the case is over with. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
You know who went into the fatal funnel? My
Ma'am.
sister went into
Yeah.
the fatal funnel.
Ma'am,
Did she need a key? Why do you need a key?
ma'am, go ahead and have
Look
a
at it
seat.
locked. Y'all seen that? She didn't lock the door. She went into the fatal
That was
funnel.
right.
She did it. Not you, bastard.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to disregard the outburst. I forewarned these folks if they
Yep,
do that.
it was
there's not
that
gonna be any
lady right
warnings. They're
there.
gonna be
Oh,
removed
guys
for the rest of the trial. That's unfortunate, very unfortunate. So thank you very much. We'll see you back here at
Damn
1:30.
it, I can't see
And
it.
remember my
It's getting
instructions,
off my
1:30.
screen. There we go. There's a lot of, hey, there's a lot of fuckery going on, guys. Bringing back the fuckery. I don't know why they, let's go a few more minutes. I'm just waiting for the attack to happen in Iran, and then I'm gonna run. Get it? For those of you who aren't reading the chat, once upon a time, actually just like a year ago, I was a person on Twitter with an opinion on geopolitical issues. And that bores a lot of people. I am fascinated in this area. And so I started hosting these spaces, and I was like, I love this. I love this. And I do. I still love it. Nothing deterred me from talking about what I believe in. But ooh, I wonder if I'm going to get a copyright strike. Anyways, I started doing this because I can, have more of an impact, I believe, on the community that I care about. And people are closer to me than in the Middle East, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I switched to true crime, and it's been a blast, but sometimes you just got to remember to keep your spirits up, because people can drain you. The situations can drain you. I understand why people get burnt out really quick, because you have to be able to have healthy boundaries. And with that being said, tomorrow is the start of one of my healthy boundaries. And so I highly recommend that you turn on your notifications on by going to my channel, maybe, or Bad Kitty, or BP. They can all let you know how to do this, but you need to turn on notifications, because I'm not sure what my Wi-Fi situation looks like as of next week, for a week. I've already told you guys I'm having my father-in-law is staying here to redo our bathroom, and God bless him, he's watching our dogs for us, so that we can get out of town for the first time in a year. And I still plan on doing some streams. I do. I bought the internet package. I did all the things. So make sure to have those notifications on so that you don't miss a live stream. And with that being said, it seems like a good time to wrap up with it being 7:30. With that being said, I do want to hear what the judge says. I don't know why they didn't make it easier in this video.
Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. Members of the jury, the state has called its next witness in the case, who is under oath. So you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well,
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. My name is.
You and I heard, I guess I'm talking to maybe right now. I read it out loud yesterday, what the judge said. He basically said one more person, and he's calling a mistrial himself, because it will be, if he doesn't, at this point, with all this fuckery that's gone on, people getting up and yelling, he could lose his job, because it will go to appellate court and they'll overturn not only this case, but possibly others that he's presided over. So that's major that he said that. He's put everyone on warning, and all it takes is one more outburst for this to be a mistrial. And we're talking about babies here. I mean, the potential for another person to react this way, and it's such a shame, because the jurors, I've said this like in the Casey Anthony case, I don't agree on a lot. I can't even say that. That was a bad example, and don't hate me because of what I just said, because my thoughts are deep. And with that being said, I think jurors are the most underrated players, and their service to this country is incredible. It means so much to me as an American that people are willing to put their lives on hold to ensure that people have their constitutional rights played out in a just and fair way. So when people allow, because that's what's happening, allow their emotions to get the best of them, that has a greater impact than just them. It not only affects the community and the parents' mourning, it affects all those teachers, it affects their classmates, it affects us. We want to see justice. Now, justice to me is not what I'm seeing right now. I want to see whoever allowed these stupid ass magnets to be given out. I have a lot of questions, and I don't think he's my guy that I'm going to for blame. Please don't leave without liking and subscribing, my loves. Okay. Yeah, when you become a member, you get your own emojis. You get to join the members only chats, which I've been doing about the the Monique and Spencer Tepe case, which is local to me. It's the dentist and his wife who were unalived on December 30th. Don't hate me, hate YouTube, because I have to talk that way. You get discounts on merch, which is launching February 1st. Oh my, hold on one second. Give me a moment. You can hear the shots. That was the wind. I hear it. Hold on. I have volume. It was just down a little bit. $104.39. Can you hear it now? Can other people hear it? Is this a maybe problem? Please comment. No, because people are leaving. I'm not going out this way. I refuse to go out this way. All right, guys. I got to reload my StreamYard. And just bear with me. I'll be back in 30 seconds. And it'll be worth it, I promise. Okay, let me know if you can hear this, please.
Hey! Where? Yo! Where? Shots fired in the building. I got somebody said someone shot in the head. I don't know. They haven't said nothing. Fuck. Hey, we're going in or we're staying here? What are we doing? Let's set up perimeter, bro. Hey, we need ground control. Son of a bitch. What's going on here? This is fuck. You want to go in there? No, because what if he comes out around? We need to fucking make sure we got covered, wait. Let's go. Where?
I want to watch this one. This is stick with me, guys.
What?
Known subject.
Guys, be careful. He might be in that building. Okay. Uvalde, they're saying that he's possibly in the building on the... Oh, shit, shots fired! Get inside! Go, go, go!
Shot in the head, laying on Dia Street. One female shot in the head.
Shots fired inside the building, Uvalde!
Which building?
Be able to breathe.
I can't break. Somebody can break.
Careful, guys, shot fired.
There for nothing.
Can't break it here. Can somebody break?
We were at 59 likes. It's like
Take cover, guys.
why would we post the link? Can't you hear it?
How can you hit? Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, like, I mean, it's
Across from the funeral home. Shots still going. Shots fired. That's what you want to hear.
I just wanted to show
Stay right there, guys.
perspective because it's different than the others.
Okay, guys. He's inside this building. We have him contained. He's going to be on the building on the west side of the property. Careful with the windows facing east. Right there.
You see a window shot out right there? He's going to be in that room.
Have a male subject with an AR.
422 also get EMS out here. Possible officer shot. Oh, no, what's the location of officer down? Geraldine. Where's my Geraldine? And Ocarino. Or Grove. Geraldine and Grove. Uvalde also EMS needed 555 DS. 555 DS. EMS needed stat. Can I see where you're at?
Hold on, guys. 309.
Hold on,
Any
guys.
available unit. Go ahead and bring shields from the PD, please.
Feel for you guys. You can get an agency to come out and help us. Any agency available.
Over here. Should be in the middle.
Careful. Careful.
You okay, bro?
309 Valley. Can you contact DPS as well? I'm sure they're aware. Get a helo above the area. Also, if they have any ballistic shields, make a location.
It's good to know.
Could be right next to the school.
The baby.
Tip where he's male subjects in the school on the west side of the building. He's contained. We got multiple officers inside the building at this time. We believe he's barricaded in one of the offices. Male subject still shooting.
What other equipment do you need from the PD?
Tip for whatever we have. We're
Okay.
definitely going to need some flashers.
Maybe
Flashbangs if we have any.
Yeah, I'm gonna go till 8, and then I'll.
Is it going to be locked?
I'm not sure, but we have a halogen tool. Break it.
Since tomorrow is.
Guys, careful! Shooter in the window.
So is that the chief?
Officer Gonzales to the office at Rob's school.
769, what was the school? Rock Elementary, 759, Cruiser Road. Hi, buddy. Call. Since we missed me, this is classroom. See if the class is in there right now or if they're somewhere else. Again, it's me. This is classroom. 35. 12, 9, 20. Eval, you're offering to switch over to PD primary. Switch to PD primary.
309 to Osh. Go ahead and see if you got the a mirror too. There should be a mirror there so that we can go ahead and look around corners here.
So was there no mirror?
422. The units. The classroom should be in session right now. The class should be in session, Ms. Mireles. 19, your status.
Oh no.
Evaluate PD is just advised 401 stated you got the shooter in room 111 or 112. He's going to be armed with a rifle. Repeat, armed with a rifle. He's requesting for SWAT by the funeral home south of the building.
I don't know, 412. I don't know what she said.
703 Valley. I'm going to give you a 28. That is going to be the suspect's vehicle. Frank Nora King, 5522. Frank Nora King, 5522. Vehicle we're looking at.
I know, it's 1050.
Hey, 30304. Where do you need me at? The back over up school on the south side. 10-4. You have a lot of people pulling up on over here by the funeral home as well.
10-4. Have some officers that are available. Keep everybody back.
402 units. I've got 2 SO deputies on location as well. We're just east of the building.
Does anybody have flashbangs?
All PD units, were you clear? Were you clear with my location with 401 with the shooter inside the building?
Three Edward 1105. Show me officer here. Let's not switch over to PD primary.
Huge shout out, by the way, to BP for helping me with some video prep. Thank you.
So when I came up, she was by her side. I saw her running, and a cloud of dust. I thought she tackled somebody.
My mom's
Call the Del Rio office. Let them know what's going on. See if they can get hold of somebody about it.
They're all following Maybe's lead.
Keep it clear, Mike. The next hallway. Keep it clear, because that's the line of sight.
I know, right, BP? Like, sir, are you alive?
832 Corn, what's your 20?
I'm over here on the south side of that building that we have him in. If you can, go through Geraldine, and there's a parking lot. You should be okay. We got coverage over here on the west end of the building. No, she has tools.
My new makeup brushes are actually like 5 years old. I just never took them out of the packaging. I was going to do them as a giveaway, and I still have makeup brushes to do for a giveaway.
309 Uvalde. If you haven't already, get a hold of BP as well. Tip 4, just to let you know, we do have a suspect that's been seen in the classroom. The windows are facing east. We have officers surrounding the area. We also have officers inside the building. We got cover on the west side of the building. It's a brick building. He's shot several times out the window towards the east.
We do have 2 deputies east of the building, just southeast.
What's that?
Hello.
there are people watching BP. They're just not.
Oh, 9 have BP en route descending.
Hello? Man, we have a shooter inside the school. I can't talk right now.
She's like calling for parking tickets.
Lock down the high school too, just because the parents going to go crazy. 309 Uvalde. We're attempting to locate, contact all the schools. Have them locked down for now, Uvalde, please.
Oh, I think this must be the police chief. I get a lot of watches on replay.
Can you see anything, brother?
So
we're good there, guys. Hold up. There's a door. Fatal funnel. We have officers on the inside. I'm worried of overcrowding in here too. Let me get your camp. I was charging. You're fine. There's plenty of officers. Where do you want me to go? Let's get this door opened up in case we need to do a fast exit or something like that. We prop this door open. Which one?
A couple shows here in the red Nissan. Can't get through the traffic though.
Officers inside the building. Am I clear to open the door here on the south side of the building?
We're all good.
Hey, we need to snatch up that backpack, bro. Because if he makes it out or something like that, he grabs more ammo or something. Let me see if I can talk to him or what? No. You want to talk to him? He's not talking. He shot like 40, 50 rounds at least. He's in there with the room with him? Okay.
I probably shouldn't try to
Go.
negotiate with him. I don't know, just a thought.
Watch out. It's us. Careful. Cross. Get out of the hallway. They're fixing to go in. They need to get out of the hallway. Hey. Yeah. Tell them to get out of the hallway. Wait, Chief is in there. Chief's in charge right now. Hold on.
Oh, this isn't the chief. Damn.
Well, if he has contact with them, we'll wait till they stack up. Careful with that fucking.
This guy's dying, apparently, of upper respiratory issues.
Can you get an EMS unit to pull into the nursing home facility?
Someone with a long rifle needs to at least go up there. Via went in there. He got a long rifle.
What a brilliant thought.
Watch out, guys.
We have one unit sent by Carpenters. If I need to make location, I have to get one of our officers to check out.
Are there more advice location?
Which building? You got a unit that can push those people back. You got the business coming up on Geraldine and Rope.
Push those people?
I'm 4-4. Hey, where do you need me?
I don't know.
324. If you can help with crowd control here by the funeral home.
Exactly. Tip for units that are just showing up. Units, if you can't help with crowd control on the outer perimeter, we have coverage all the way around the campus right now.
If you guys have questions, we can always bring those to the mod chat.
We can give you a message. Come to the funeral home. I'll have the officer here.
I don't know. Who was shot? Oh, okay, but no officer. The Vortex is supposed to come out. Vortex is already on the other end. We're covered right now. We can't have too many. No, we're good. No, we're good.
833, buddy. What was the return on that 28?
I was gonna say we're. I would, they're gonna be shooting this way. I don't. Ranger should be coming out. Yeah, but we got Vortex. Be careful. Yeah, don't. I know. We're just saying the rounds can go right through. He has an AR. Just use cover is all we're saying. But Chief is making contact with him, right?
No one's making contact with him.
This was so discombobulated.
Can you respect the return on that 28?
Hey, clear that fatal funnel, man. Get in there if you're gonna get in. Don't stay in the fatal funnel.
Adrian Gonzales, 1805 Bowie Street.
Lady made me so mad.
Let's prop that door open.
He's on the other side, but he said he's been hit. Did anyone take out my spot with via?
Yeah, they're there. Here, pop that door open. Get that door open. Just push it all the way back.
These are things that I think about.
Here, no.
He stopped shooting since he shot that one round. I don't know if he's out or if he took it back out. Y'all got another rock.
It's not gonna hold.
Yeah, I got the ranger coming.
What are we doing here?
What are we doing here for real?
Careful, brother. He shot Javi through the door. Oh, the shrapnel hit him. Okay.
He shot right at him.
What I was.
Yeah, we were there inside the building when he was shooting through the doors.
That's why my computer wasn't charging.
Do we have anyone that's hit on this side? Any of the kids or anyone hit?
No, we don't know anything about that. No kids are.
Okay, so they didn't know.
Everything's closed. Like the kids are not in there. Can we check with the officer to be sure if anyone's? It's either 111 or 112.
Fuck.
Mary 105. Can you have what is the EMS personnel on standby?
Hey, do me a favor, Paige. If you can't take a peek on this classroom, there's rounds through this classroom. Yeah, the first one. Cover that door.
Six more units. We have board tech and route. Board tech and route.
For what side are they going to be coming through?
I'm getting the ETA right now.
What happened?
Run. Go.
Kids coming out.
320, you're gonna be knocking on the door? 115?
Cover those windows, guys.
Okay, room's clear.
Next one. Watch out, guys.
A lot of family around the campus. Be careful. A lot of family.
On the other side.
Other side. You may want to come this way. Come this way.
Break that window.
No, come this way.
Open that window.
No. Just don't.
He's talking to them.
Do they know?
No. They know that the guy's on the other side. Yeah, he shot at us. They're not going to answer.
Okay, there's a deputy right
there. Paige.
He's over here. He's in classroom 111, 112. He's on the right.
We need to get these kids out of here.
Kids, border patrol, come on out. Hurry up, come on out.
They're scared, man.
I know. What's that?
I remember my.
Hey, can you tell them to
Get this next classroom to try to come out?
My friend's husband.
Can we lift it? Is it open? Here, let's bust it. Yeah. want to scare them.
I know, but they're scared already. Here. Come on, kids. Come on, kids.
Here, fuck, if you want to do it.
Watch out. We got to get them out of there, bro. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen after this. I got to get them out, bro. Watch out.
That's the least scariest part of there.
Ah, fuck. Hey, Javi, do you have a glass breaker? They're in the next one. We already got them out of here.
103? Get them out of there.
I'm trying. It's locked.
Can you advise the teacher at 103? 103 is to open the window.
You have a glass breaker on your...
It's not open? No.
I tried. I can't break it. Should I break it with the... Hey, watch out. We're here moving. Watch out. Come on, guys. We got kids. Cover them. Watch. Go, run over there. Come on, get them out.
Yep. I always have people that are on my teaching.
Yeah, go.
I've watched the state line in 48 hours.
Hurry, guys. Hurry. Push. Go. Run. You're all right. Come on. You're all right. Come on, push. Yes. Come on. Throw it. We got you. Don't worry. Is that it? Is that all your kids? Leave it open. Move it on. Somebody needs to draw a diagram where he's at. Maybe Mike. Where's Wally? Wally. Hold on, guys. Hold on. We'll talk to Mike. Mike's more familiar with him.
I don't have a CPR.
Shit.
Hey, is there anyone in this classroom? We don't know.
No, we need to find out though. They're not going to come to the window. We tried several times. We had to get them out forcefully. There has to be kids everywhere.
He's on the other side.
Bust that window here.
Yes, we have him contained.
Okay. But he can shoot shit through, so just be careful.
Yeah. Well,
watch your face. Watch out, guys. Watch your eyes. Okay.
Is there anybody in here? Police. All right, I want you to come to the window right now. Open this window. We're going to pull you through. The police. Come on. We're going to help. Come on.
Open the window. Knock that thing down. Move it out of the way.
All right, ready? Open this window. Open the window.
Quickly, sweetheart, quickly.
Open the window, guys.
Open the window.
It's okay, guys, okay?
Pull the window. Open the window. Oh, unlock it.
There you go.
Pull that thing out.
Watch it. Tell the window. You're okay. Let's be careful with this glass. Here, let me wipe all this glass.
Hey, check the doors. See if there's anything they can fall on top of. Oh. It's okay, baby. It's okay. Come on. It's okay, baby. Run. Throw that over there. Go. That's gonna be for teacher. I gotta ask, but it's.
Watch out, guys. That's, hey, clear across from him. Yes, be careful. Run, run. Run, boys. Run. Okay, then we should be. 302, come and get off the radio. Call in. No, I know, but they're trying to talk. That's what I'm saying. Watch out, guys. Careful, guys. Watch out, brother. Watch out. Oh, watch out. Grab it, grab it. What? Come on in. Knock that thing down. Watch out, guys. Watch out, guys. One. Watch out. Watch out. Are you sure? Okay. All right, good. Help these guys out. Just jump. I can smell that. That door's right across. Let's go back over there. Yeah.
You guys at 832, check the public service line.
The master key to the rooms. Can we get kids out through here?
Oh, you copy my radio. Right hand up.
Watch out.
Copy your radio.
Can we get them out of here? Cover me. Uvalde police. Uvalde police.
We have our shields. Also, we need to verify where the children have been taken. Multiple shields up, multiple 865, 349, just arrived.
Chief, what? Oh yeah, for sure. Chief, there's no way to get in that classroom. I can bust the window. I don't know if it's what. Cover me. Okay. I can't see through there, guys. I know. I don't know if there was two shooters or not.
Sir, let me know if there's any kids in there or anything. This could be peaceful. Could you tell me your name? Anything I can know, please? Huh? I couldn't hear you, brother.
Yeah, you're on crossfire. Okay.
Well, I'm sure that the outside that on that side.
Go ahead, sir. Yes. Room 12. Shh.
Let's just hold radio traffic. That's right.
BP, it happens
It's okay, man. Just relax. We'll get it.
very regularly. It's obnoxious.
Did he talk to you? Did he talk to you?
Mods, not, I don't want to fire anyone up, but it was like 3 days ago I got a comment about my mods and that I have a lot of potential
Making room.
great channels as long as I get rid of them. And I was like, yeah, okay, let me see your channel.
So on these rooms right here, so they can come in through this side of that, they can go up on the street right there. We figured that ASAP.
He's making contact, I think. Watch out, guys. Hey, I want to make sure these guys, because they're in the line of fire. Everybody move to the this side.
They're on the one over that side. They come all over here.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, well, they're in the line of fire, both sides.
This is Bitsy's food I have to give her.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's good that we have that. Okay. I see the key, man.
Nobody in this classroom. Nobody in this classroom. 102.
We just threw this one here. We threw this one. We gotta get rid of the other ones that are possible first, right? Okay. Hey, we threw this room first.
I don't know which one of those. Careful, Chief. Here, I'll run behind you. Come on. Cover that room. Cover this one. Watch out, Chief. Just clear that pale funnel.
Tell them to fucking wait.
Don't shoot.
No one comes in. Do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
On the side. You're gonna walk in for me.
Okay. Wait. Let me get my light. Okay, go ahead. Okay, guys, make an entry on this one. It's okay. You get heavy head.
The shots have come in through that wall, so you know. These keys are not opening up this room. It's not opening up this room. It's not opening up this room. I already checked them all twice. All right.
There's kids here. I got a knife. Yeah, he was here when they shot him. Does anybody have any breacher tools?
It's police. We'll be right with you.
I'm up on the door. See if they'll open it.
We can talk under.
Guys. Open the door.
I don't know, bro. Don't...
So they're going to play the next upside.
Are they opening?
30, 40, I don't know.
Central office. Hold on,
See some wiring, but
Hey, bro, call Mikey to bring the whole fucking easy. He's not it. Mikey, that man.
Hold on, pull on it. Pull on it. No, hold it. God damn it. Get the second knife. Get the second knife. Get a knife. Open that side. Open that. Right on top. On top. On top. There, hold it. Right there. Hold it. Hold it. Fuck. It's not opening. Police. Police. I don't want to be there. Yeah.
There's nobody in there? No, not in here.
I don't know how we cleared it.
So this is the reason why you shot today.
I need a breaching tool.
No breachers?
Yeah, no, we need a tool.
Get a breaching tool?
Hey, can you go get a breaching tool?
Like we're trying to.
I know.
Cover.
What's that?
Just communicate.
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, sir?
Let's do it.
No,
Like
that's
this. If they're
Be careful, guys. That's you know.
Crossfire.
Crossfire.
Where are we going?
Crossfire.
Where are we going? I gotta go over here.
There's two rooms. Probably the one on the south.
Be careful.
Probably the one on the south.
Keep going in, guys.
Don't holster, guys.
Rifle. Yeah, come on, brother.
Get this fucking thing out of my way.
There were no kids.
This one here. How about this? How about this, guys? Break this window, get these kids out.
It's secured to the glass. They won't break through there. We won't get them out. We won't. We need to get through. We need a breaching tool.
Huh? Third window.
Be careful, crossfire.
We're gonna get these kids out.
Hey, Johnny. Third one. Third window to the left.
They're all too thin. If we start shooting, we're gonna get more kids. We already have those.
That's what I'm saying. You're right.
I hate to say, we have to put those aside right now. Where's Johnny?
Careful, Javi. Who's saying that? Who's saying that?
I can't hear him. What's he saying?
To yell in the PA.
That they're busing the kids to the.
Sir, if you can hear me, please put your firearm down, sir. We don't want anybody else hurt.
Okay.
I know.
We're doing. We're trying to
For real this time. I just need to empty
Sir, if you can hear me, please put your gun down. We don't want anybody else hurt.
Tell him in Spanish. Tell him in Spanish.
Si me puede escuchar, la arma para el piso, por favor. No queremos nada más que esté herido. Responde, por favor. Can you hear me, sir?
I can't hear this fucking chopper.
Tell him to go this way. Fuck.
Yeah, they're good.
We're getting them out right here. We don't know.
I think there is. I think we understand there's somebody down. We understand it. Maybe more than one. I don't know where the information came from, but somebody bringing out the headshot. And that would be me.
No, that was a female.
Clear? Jay.
Hey, come here. Hey. This is
Dude, what's happening on the radio?
I don't know. He's probably.
Let me know when you're clear. Daniel, let me know when that room is clear. Let me know when that room is clear. I'd like to get to that fucking window. I think we should flashbang that window and then go in.
I know, but Vortex gonna do it. So, hey, tell me to get off the radio. Okay.
Hey, one, ask him if there's students that's keeping us from. We're still taking them out. Stand by.
He'll let us know.
That's the guy.
Tell him to get off the radio. Chief, that room's clear. Chief, that room's clear. Room's clear.
All clear. All clear. All clear. Okay. What team? Got a team ready to go? Got a team ready to go?
We're good.
I got it.
Fuck, we don't have a key.
Master keys, bro.
He probably has it barricaded anyway.
Yeah. There's gonna be some windows on the other side. Here, oh, John. John. Yeah, I totally need to keep those cards. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. What's something up? He's either over here. So there's a window over there, obviously. So the door's gonna probably be locked. It probably is gonna be locked. That's the nature of the place.
No, I'm fine. There's plenty of rifles over here. I don't want a crossfire.
Let me try to find some more keys, but man, if I'm gonna do this.
Here's Vortex.
I'm gonna get more keys and test some of these doors over here.
Go for it, Chief. You want to go out and get the
No,
keys?
I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna call them.
Oh, they're backing up because Vortex here.
And just so you know, if you're new here, my streams are not working. Only when I'm trying to finish a case or before something else.
All these on the west building. We have master keys and they're not working. Does you want other keys? I'm sure the custodians have them, bro. I'm sure custodians have a key. Can you please get one of the custodians to come to the south door? The south door on the playground. You can do that work. Okay, well, right, let me send somebody over to you. Where are you going to be coming into? Okay, let me tell you. Okay, Daniel, cubish, white guy, beard, goatee, you have master key. Probably walk in from this side or that side.
My lord.
Cubish.
What's cubish?
Okay, we cleared out. Okay, we cleared out everything except for that room. We have some people down. We're just past the flag to the right. It's gonna probably be the south. There's two doors, probably the south door. But we're ready to breach with that. Door's locked. And there's another room that's just a wall.
Yes.
You have to pop that open right there. He's crossing over. Keep right there.
Javi.
Be careful. These aren't people in here.
No, we're testing keys.
You got something from the office too, but we're waiting.
No. They're custodians. Keep searching. Keep looking. We need the master key.
Vortex on that side, they're gonna breach in just a minute. We're gonna get the door, we're gonna get the door jammed real quick.
Okay. Those people that officer on that side, they're asking if you want a distraction, bang on the windows and the guys come in.
Whenever they come in, they call it. They call it, but we need to get a breach first. Again? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just crossfire, that's
We're in a
distraction.
Okay, we need a master. These are working on here, bro. One of the things that we just got. Okay. These are coming, Ruben.
Okay.
Okay, wait for a key, it might be coming back out. So you're protecting us there, they're ready to go, right? Because what's happening under the team over here, I just told them that y'all are going, they might have them. So if they got flashbangs, we have a flashbang that window, we're going to thinking about that. Okay. So we need to do that. I mean, I hope, are they taking care of that? Okay, good. Yeah, for sure. We get a key. We gotta take a second to open that goddamn door. So
We need to breach it. We can't use the keys.
Yeah. I say they need to reach through those windows and shoot his head off from the windows. You know what I mean?
Do we have a sniper on that side?
I'll offer that to them. Because going into the door is gonna be harder than popping into the window. The window.
She is here. She is not queer, but she is vetted.
3x5s.
She is not queer.
Get a shot. Something to think about.
They need to get a visual of them first.
Yeah. I just think it's easier.
Yeah,
For sure. No, I know.
We don't know if he has anybody in the room. I think he does.
Yeah, he does. Casualties.
Thank you for doing that. Maybe I'm not here. On the new site.
Man, I'm so sad for that man and his wife. They did a lot for this cause. But I know that like losing a child is like immediate to joy. So I've heard.
He was just randomly shooting them everywhere. He sprayed. Yeah, he sprayed over here this window too. So as he was coming, he dropped the bag, sprayed this way. He started shooting at us that way, and then he came in through here. Well, I didn't visually see him, but one of the officers saw something.
And I've even got my rescue inhaler. I haven't used it in like 2 years.
Yeah, but we have Vortex already.
I am
okay.
So allergic. Do you see how much medication I take during the stream?
Just be careful, sympathetic fire. I mean,
I go cold and sinus.
I'm kind of worried about blue on blue. There's so many rifles in here.
Zyrtec.
He can shoot right. He can shoot right through him though.
I don't joke around.
Is he from here?
Say again.
Where does he live?
Why are we whispering, sir?
Okay, test it on the doors first.
Careful, blue on blue. Careful.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear us? Mr. Ramos, please respond.
Salvador.
Can you hear us, sir? Please don't hurt anyone. These are innocent children. Please put your firearm down. We don't want anybody else hurt.
Salvador.
Can you hear me, sir? Please put your firearm down. We don't want anybody else injured, sir. These are innocent children. Please don't hurt anyone. Please put your firearm down. Can you hear me, sir?
Salvador, please come out.
Is he speaking with him Spanish?
Señor Ramos, ¿me escuche?
Por favor, sir.
Mr. Ramos, please put your gun down. Don't hurt anyone.
Pearl, what are you doing? Would you like to come see everyone?
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me?
We need more rifle shields.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me?
Guys.
Please put your gun down, sir. Please don't hurt anyone else.
I'm getting anxious.
Blue on blue. It's cops preventing cops from accidentally hitting each other during these.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me, sir?
Do we know if that side's already been cleared?
I mean, we have officers all through there, but
My thought would be to distract the window.
Can anybody see what's going on?
Is maybe leaving? Okay, bye, maybe. We're just gonna finish this up.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear me, sir? Please put your firearm down.
Please, sir, don't hurt anybody.
Mr. Ramos, please put your firearm down.
Hey, anybody got eyes at all from the east side looking west of this building?
So
Okay, so his room 10.
the NORAD alert to close Iran's airspace was extended. So we still have 2 more hours.
About the fourth or fifth set of windows. Fourth or fifth set of. Yeah, the fifth takes no Carrizo on the very last building. So if anybody who went out there see if they can see anything there, you understand there's and so we really cleared off the rest of the building, so we wouldn't have any more.
That he's also in trouble.
Having a problem getting in the fucking room because it's locked.
His trial comes next.
So he stopped.
Mr. Ramos.
North to south. There's probably maybe one room.
Habla con nosotros.
There's a utility room right next to him. And so maybe from south to north, it's easier for me to get. From south to north, there's one room that probably has 2.
You got a possible phone number? I'm trying to call him.
Third, and he's probably the fourth. Yeah. You're to the south of him. That room should have a little bit, not lights on, but you'll see more light in that room than the other room. The other rooms are dark. The one south of him is a little more lit. And then see if you can see it through the window. I was looking for a sniper, but there's no sniper around. So let's do that. And if we can get a sniper on that rooftop, they're going to try to breach in a minute, but they got to get that fucking door open, bro. We can't get that door open, but we need more keys or something. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
so proud of these kids, man. They did so well.
Yeah.
Sent it.
PP, I see.
Why? Why? Why can't you type anymore?
Weird message.
What's going on here?
Yes.
Let's try it. Is it there? What happened? Why did you do that?
Oh, sorry. I forgot I had that camera on.
Richard Hills?
In room 111? Or 112? Okay. I'm just waiting. I need to get in and breach roll. I need a key.
Richard here.
Yeah.
And all these keys don't work. Everything everyone has tried.
Well, the ranger said that he has a pair of keys, but I don't know. They said they were testing them. Javi, do you have the keys on the other side?
They have the keys, yes. I don't know yet. On this side, we're split up. Okay.
Okay.
You can check them out. Okay. They might ask what they're testing.
Why? I know. Because like you said, we gotta.
Is the key working? It's working. Okay. If y'all are ready to do it, you do it. But someone should distract him out that window, brother.
We need flashbangs.
Okay.
I don't have a number for sure. Nothing. Yeah, well, nothing for certain. That's what we're looking for. Yeah.
They're about to go into key work. Just so y'all know, so I'm safe. Try it out.
Javi?
Let the guys know. They're gonna get a flashbang. They're gonna get a flashbang and they're gonna bring it. Be safe. You're going in. Watch your crossfire, guys.
Careful. Hey, y'all be careful. They're going to shoot through the walls. Javi, they're going to shoot through the walls.
Going in. He's going in. Don't get in the west. East. No. He's going in. Be safe. Be safe.
Careful, guys. You're shot through the walls.
He might be in the other room. He might be in that 112 north. He might be in that room. There's some rooms. One of them. Dude, I know they opened that door. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
He's not in there.
He's in the next one.
He's in the next one.
Maybe he's up in here. Maybe he's up in here.
He could have, Chief. He could have.
Guys, y'all completely surrounded. He might have been up in here, guys. I'm sure somebody's surrounded, but keep an eye out.
On the roof. Keep an eye on the roof.
All the way around, roof, everything.
Sorry, guys. I know I shouldn't bite my nails. I have a lot of anxiety.
390 units. Keep an eye up on top on the roof. He might have climbed up the ceiling. There's a helicopter looking up there. Oh my God, please.
I remember those chairs.
Sorry, Chief.
Complete surround around the top. I don't know what's going on. The door's open, but I don't want to try to go out somewhere. I'm sure we're completely surrounded, but I just want to double check. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Something's burning, huh?
Something's burning.
Is it the flashbangs?
I've never heard of them.
All right. That's it. Guys, I know there are only a few of us left, but thank you so much for sticking in here with me. I have to finish up our packing and feed Bitsy. And my father-in-law is going to be here in the next hour. So I need to get all of that stuff, aka I need to clean up the bathroom before he comes. Thank you so much for being here. To my mods, to my supporters, to all of you. If you received a membership tonight, please make sure to say thank you to whomever gifted that to you, or throw some W's into the chat. If you are interested in donating or supporting the stream financially, my information, depending on how you're watching, is scrolling across the screen in the pink. And you can also gift memberships. You can do super chats. That's just for the people who might not want to include YouTube on their donation, to put it lightly. Okay, so what else? If you haven't done so already, please make sure to like and subscribe. And then notifications. That is the most important thing I can tell you right now. Pardon me. Notifications, because I am not certain as to my streaming schedule next week. It is completely up in the air. I know that it's going to happen. I just don't know. I'm not sure the timing of my live streams. So if you hit that bell on my YouTube page where it says like subscribe, you press all notifications instead of just the personalized option. No Coco. Okay, yeah, it's officially time to end the stream. Did I miss anything? I'm looking into. I just got jewels. Thank you so much, Michael. Wow, I'm so blessed. I love you guys. You guys are so great. Anyone want a cat? Okay. Again, thank you, BP, for your assistance with the work-related stuff today. Bad Kitty, thank you for being here till the end. And maybe, just for being maybe, and your guys' support just means the world. So I am going to get some Z's in after I clean the bathroom. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great night. I will be posting a bunch of shorts, a bunch of live members only streams. That's another reason to join. Do the membership option. Maybe just try it out for a month. See if it's for you. See if it's worth the money. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it again. But that's it for now. And I hope that you all have a great and blessed day and weekend and all the things. And I can't begin to tell you how much I appreciate all of you. All right, y'all. Have a great night. Bye-bye.